metropolis. Police aim for your cartilage. If you don't see this, want Christ, you better pray to Jesus. I teach the truth cause the babies need it. Propaganda is big. Book of life 120, it be the manuscript. What's the damages? Pay the cost of the boss, the whole planet. Then we force it across. Not a fan of pigs. When you see them coming, rush the door, yelling, freezing, gunning. Force arrest quest when he's the gunman. Nothing after me. I crack a fifth, sit back and see. 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 Yo, yo, yo. I stay watching this government, the news spread fear amongst the populace. I know the script from years of street politics. Fame girls, the coppers and planes in my metropolis. Police aim for your cartilage. If you don't see this, want Christ, you better pray to Jesus. I teach the truth cause the babies need it. Propaganda is big. Book of life 120, it be the manuscript. What's the damages? Pay the cost of the boss, the whole planet. Then we force it across. Not a fan of pigs. When you see them coming, rush the door, yelling, freezing, gunning. Force arrest quest when he's the gunman. Nothing after me. I crack a fifth, sit back and see. 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 Yo, yo, yo. I stay watching this government, the news spread fear amongst the populace. I know the script from years of street politics. Fame girls, the coppers and planes in my metropolis. Police aim for your cartilage. If you don't see this, want Christ, you better pray to Jesus. I teach the truth cause the babies need it. Propaganda is big. Book of life 120, it be the manuscript. What's the damages? Pay the cost of the boss, the whole planet. Then we force it across. Not a fan of pigs. When you see them coming, rush the door, yelling, freezing, gunning. Force arrest quest when he's the gunman. Nothing after me. I crack a fifth, sit back and see.
Alright.
2 1 2.
What's the signs? Smell goods. Yeah, that right there is from that's coming off of King Crush right there. Word 60, peace, what's going on? $33. Yeah, what's the signs? We was just I was just responding to some of your Ruler Divine, peace, what's going on? I was just responding to your message on YouTube in the comments where you was talking about you had a lot of numbers that you was running through. You know what I'm saying? And you know that you know I like to say that, you know, that's one of my particular things is that when you manifest your understanding, right? When you manifest your understanding, everybody from a 6-year-old to a college professor should be able to understand what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? Like those number sequences that you went through, you know what I'm saying? That was kind of highly complex. You know, like if you wasn't writing that down, if you was just telling me that, in order for me to catch that mentally, I would have had to been of extremely high intelligence. I would have needed my entire 7.5 ounces of brain. But always when you manifest your understanding, try to make things as simple as possible. You know what I'm saying? You got wise up in here, what's going on? My alerts must be going out today. Cause you know, my alerts wasn't, you know, people wasn't getting the alert when I was going live. Smells Peace said a literal 6-year-old. Yeah, a literal 6-year-old should be able to understand what you're saying. See, if you can't explain it that good, you don't really understand it yourself. Don't get me wrong, like if you building a spaceship, right? If you building a spaceship, you're not gonna be able to teach a 6-year-old, you know, all of the intricacies where they're gonna be able to go out at 7 years old and build a spaceship. But, you know, in the cartoons, that's what they do. They simplify things down, like there's spaceships in the cartoons. And when I was a kid, I understood perfectly what that spaceship was for and what it do. So yeah, you gotta be, because God, we teach the babies. See, that's another thing what I say, even when, a lot of people with all their different scholarly works, I love the scholarly works, you know what I'm saying, the brothers who get into all of that, right? Who is this? Oh, hi as Ease. What's going on? I ain't see you in a minute. Peace. You know what I'm saying? Whereas 60 said keeping the head above water, right? Now the water is what you saying. The water is your words. So you don't want to drown the people. You understand what I'm saying? God Cypher Divine came in. Julia TV, what's going on? You see what I'm saying? See, that's one of the reasons, getting back to what I was saying, is that when you deal with the different people that got their scholarly works and they go and do all this research and you overcomplicate things, you got to remember that this knowledge is for children. So a lot of things when people say is simple, right? Yeah, it's supposed to be simple because kids got to understand it. You see what I'm saying? That's why, I tell the people, right, that listen, I appreciated that Elijah Muhammad only had a 3rd grade education. Because at the point when I got the knowledge, I only had a 9th grade education. So maybe a college professor wouldn't have been able to get that message across to me in that limited period of time, right, when you have a child's attention. You see what I'm saying? Like at one time, we used to say that was a meaning for supreme. That supreme meant you had the soup that tastes like ice cream to the babies. Shakima came in, I didn't even see Shakima come in. Sincere Shakima came in, they say that. See, I'm looking, I gotta look on the computer. I'm getting into my technology right now. I can see the comments right here on the screen to some degree. I guess I'm missing something. Where 60 said True was giving them a deeper look at who I mentioned earlier. Maybe they might, let me see, can I scroll this? She said peace. Yeah, I haven't, what's her name? Father Divine, I was listening to a build about the problem book. I saw one with Father Divine where he said the supreme math and the alphabet was in the problem book. Hold on, I gotta look at my, oh, there goes Supreme Shakima right there. I mean, Supreme Shakima. Sincere Shakima right there. I mean, what you talking about, the live we was talking about, the live we was talking about the other day where the brother asked me why we don't deal with the problem book? Let me sit situated over here. We got, man, let me. Dion Best. That's a new person. So why I said I was listening to that bill about the problem book. I saw a bill with Father Divine where he said the supreme math and supreme alphabet was in the problem book. Well, you know, we I get my computer from way over there. But we looked it up though. We looked up the 13th problem in the problem book, and it did have something about mathematics and alphabet being the foundation of all communication. You know what I'm saying? And we know that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was made flesh and all that. You understand what I'm saying? So those aspects of it, but I'm saying there's nothing in the 13th problem that I look at and I could say, yeah, this right here is supreme mathematics. These are the elements. This is the same thing that we got right here now. It's more of a nature where the 13th problem presents you with a question, right? The 13th problem presents you with a question, and then you can say that supreme mathematics and supreme alphabet is the answer to that question. You know what I'm saying? You could say Allah answered the 13th problem by manifesting supreme mathematics and alphabet. You know what I'm saying? Joseph, what's going on? Yeah, hey Joseph, my alerts is going out. But you know what I noticed? I changed. I think it's when I start putting certain things in the description box and in the title. You know what I'm saying? Because I noticed, yes, the alerts went out. Ruler Devon said he told Abu Shahid he didn't have no problems. Abu Shahid brought it to Allah. Asiatic mathematics said he was just watching the 12/31/19 class. All right, and you going back. That's good that these things still have value. You know what I'm saying? After it went down, you know what I'm saying? That's positive. But I don't really, whatever's the science that somebody got to school me on that. You know what I'm saying? I never that wasn't a part of the syllabus that I learned. You know what I'm saying? But I mean, the law was in temple number 7. You know what I'm saying? So, there was many things that he learned there, right, that became a part of these teachings. So it's not a matter of, you know what I'm saying, is it off the wall to say that, he's seen, the foundations of what he manifested as supreme mathematics over there. You know what I'm saying? But what I'm saying is that just like he's Allah, right? He's the father of this nation. So the same way as, look, when my father brought something in the house, I'm talking about my biological father, right? When he brought something in the house, my mindset was you already chose the best part. By the time you brought it in here for me, right? He already chose the best part. Like if you bring some food, right, home for your babies, right? Everybody who got babies out there, do your babies need to ask you which of those bags got pork in it? Not your, you understand what I mean? Now they train when they go outside and they dealing with somebody else for you to make sure you know what you eat. You see what I'm saying? But just in terms of dealing with the problem book, and from what I read, right, of other writings and everything, Allah chose the best part, and that's what He gave us. If He didn't bring no candy, that's because candy's not really the best part. In my immature mind, yeah, maybe I wanted more cereal or whatever from the supermarket. But what He did was chose the best part. So, I don't, have anything that I really think I need to study out of the problem book any more than as a, you read any book. Like I could read a math book, you understand what I'm saying? I could read War and Peace, you know what I'm saying? I could read, Destruction of Civilization. You understand what I mean? I could read any book, so yeah, I read it, but, that could be maybe my misconception too, when he said, why don't we deal with it? Like, what do you mean deal with it? I know it exists. You see what I'm saying? Which that goes into the title of what I was saying today. You know what I mean? Usually, the format, I give y'all a chance to say we getting back. We're gonna go back to how we, so we can get YouTube off my back. And why is you in the building? You know what I'm saying? So we can get YouTube off my back. You know what I'm saying? And they can start sending out my alerts again. We're gonna get back. So what do y'all think about that? Where it says, no, not nowadays, right? And then, in what year was that? How many people ever noticed that those two things right there coincide in that they speaking about a time? Asiatic Mathematics said, would you say every word in the English language can be associated with one of the 9 numerals of mathematics? Every number, every word in the English language. I don't know why I said I never met anyone in this nation that dealt with the problem, but none of the guys in this cipher talks about it. Yeah, because, I'm gonna get to your question is a little more complicated. Asiatic Mathematics, so I'm gonna get to that. It's like I was saying, right, when we deal with who's the 5%, right? In 1900, the Masons was the 5%. Like when they went out and started all those sororities and fraternities, that was about educating the youth. And those individuals that they hooked up like that were supposed to be coming back into the community, right? And helping us to build up. They were supposed to be going to get the knowledge and come back. These was going to be the first professionals, they are. That's who most of them, a lot of them became. The first doctors, the first teachers, the first lawyers in a lot of different communities. You see what I'm saying? But what happens is, your teachings though is to conceal the truth, right? Which becomes, is just on face value, right? Not on face value, but just when you look at it on the surface, right? This is silly for you to be trying to conceal who the black man is, right? While Malcolm X is on international TV saying who the black man is. That's when, okay, now your science is out of season. So, what I'm saying is that, yeah, those old ways, we know about them. You know what I'm saying? And the parts of that, that's the best part, we renewed that history, right? And that exists. We have the knowledge of that, but we don't go back into studying something that's not from our time and not from our place. You see what I'm saying? Because you can't always just apply it to another time in another place. Because in that other time, in that other place, right, we know that time and place, right, got to deal with the planet Earth, right? And how the planet Earth, the motion of the planet Earth, right, how it's rotating. And we know that the sun and moon have attractive power on our planet, right? So if the Earth is moving, then the sun and moon is having different attracting powers at different times and in different places. See, somewhere else where it's daytime right now or where it's nighttime right now, you see what I'm saying? The sun and moon is impacting them differently. So you can't always just take a science from over there and apply it over there. So for me in my time, no, the problem, but it's not for me in my time. You know what I'm saying? Asiatic mathematics, this question was about, would I say that each word, let me try to get a little bit better understanding of what you're saying too, right? Are you saying that each word in the mathematics has a numeric, each word in the English language has a numerical value? Like, let me, do you know the science of logic in arithmetic? Joseph said you got to use your words and actions to deal with things accordingly, so to build the positive or truth and destroy the lies. Otherwise, the devil can use you as useful land. Born you truth, if you do all that, you can't be fooled now or later. So you're dealing with the degree. That's peace. Asiatic mathematics said, like, if I pick a random word for the English language out of the dictionary, would that be able to fit into one of the 9 numbers of mathematics? Well, it's going to be 2 because it's words. The other AC, Apex Cipher. The other AC always come through and check us. All right, so we was me and Asiatic Mathematics was in the comment section, right? He's talking about this right here in his comment where he asked me about the word introspection. You know what I'm saying? And word 60, you gotta break that down, what you just wrote right there. I don't know what that is. But Asiatic Mathematics had hit me about the word introspection, and could the word introspection be related to supreme mathematics in the way of knowledge and understanding? You know what I'm saying? And I agree with that, saying that, yeah, because knowledge means to look and understanding means to see. You know what I mean? So yeah, introspect would coincide with those. But now here's what I think, well, one of us got to misunderstand, right? what you're dealing with is the meanings. Are you saying that, well, that example that you just gave is an example of the meaning of a word coinciding with something in mathematics? Like, that's the meaning of a word. But like, for instance, I mean, I can kind of see what you're saying. Because at the end of the day, mathematics is everything, and everything is mathematics. So everything that exists, right, is playing a role, you know, on the planet Earth, is playing a role in whatever cipher it is. Everything that exists that we see, right, it had to go from knowledge to born. So, you know, we can see something, and it's either the foundation of something, it's the way something is made known, or it's the product and the best part, right, of things going from knowledge to born. So I can kind of see what you're saying, but it's you know, you're gonna get into a lot of mundane science like that. You understand what I'm saying? Like, you could say a pot, right? A pot that you put on the stove is wisdom, because that's the way you're gonna cook the food. But you know, yeah, you know, those are like examples. Those are what those are different examples of supreme mathematics living itself out in different fields of endeavor. You see what I'm saying? So, like, for instance, when we say if you're building a house, you know what I'm saying, the first thing you gotta build is the foundation, because everything rests on the foundation. You understand what I'm saying? But see, these are different things, right? This is what I'm saying. If you it's still, you know, don't confuse those examples with purified supreme mathematics, though. Because purified supreme mathematics is what allows us to draw a relationship between these things. Meaning that on to the naked eye, sun, moon, and star don't have no relationship to man, woman, and child. It's only when we see how they both relate to knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that it becomes clear what we're dealing with. You see what I'm saying? So don't confuse these things, you know, to the point, like, look, don't get to the point where you think you can just exchange the word introspect for knowledge in the supreme. Like, you know, you're gonna come in and say, well, you know, today's mathematics is introspect. Asiatic mathematics said, you ever heard brothers call weed pot and also equality? Yeah, see, this is what I'm saying. Like, where's the where 60 said example 4 would be, hold on, these comments just went through, I didn't get a chance to see. You can't scroll these comments, I don't know why that is, I gotta figure that out. Asiatic mathematics said, now I'm not trying to exchange the principle, but add on to the meaning. Yeah, those examples is gonna help you, you know what I'm saying, illustrate the meaning to different people who that's what they know about. You know what I'm saying? Like, you may be trying to explain it in the terms of, you know, sun, moon, and star, right? And you might be dealing with a person that, for whatever reason, they don't know about the solar system. So you have to use a different example that they do know about. See what I'm saying? Which is one of the reasons why they say, look, teach the people that's like you, because you can relate to them and you can, relate to their world and how they understand things. Joseph said there's a symbolic mathematics and there's living mathematics. Big difference, right? Exactly. You hit it on the head right there. That we got things that's symbolic, and then we got the actual living mathematics. Yeah, Asiatic mathematics. You know some Asiatic mathematics? You a deep thinker. These are things that I had to say, in the decades that I've had knowledge. I've never I've never considered a lot of the things that you come up with. All right, now look, we're not gonna go too deep into this thing of equality, but what that is a misspelling of herb. Like at that time, you know what I'm saying, that's what was the name, the common street name, you know what I'm saying, for equality. You see what I mean? So what they really meant to say was he equality rule born, right? But then it got shortened to, but they were saying equality rule born, and then it got shortened to equality. That's the information that I got on how that came to be. So sometimes a woman smells like weed. I don't even know. Hey, listen. I got like 10%. I got like 10% female viewers now, man. I can't be exploring these kind of topics now. YouTube just started sending my alerts back out. Born Jamel came in. Yo, Born Jamel, you gotta share my lives in that group on Facebook. Born Jamel just invited me into a group over there. I go live on Facebook too. Well, I said, what's up with Born Mastermind sending vibrations to the earth and stuff? Listen, man. I probably word 60, I probably came on the lives and that's why you didn't see no response. Born Mastermind, listen, he doing his thing, man. You know what I'm saying? That's a great thing that he did, man. You know what I'm saying? Look, his word was born on that. You understand what I'm saying? Look, here's the bottom line. He don't teach what we teach. Like this whole time, that's what it is. It's like, understanding me to see things for what they really are. So it's like, when you look at a person and they got all the paraphernalia. of a 5%. You know, they got the buttons, the flags, the crown, you know what I'm saying? They got the outstanding name. You understand what I'm saying? But the fact of the matter is that he don't teach what we teach. So yeah, you know, when I saw that, it was a little bit humorous to me. You understand what I'm saying? But you know, look, he's got his own thing. You know what I'm saying? You know, he had the brother there with him. You know, he got his 5% now. You know what I mean? And in time, they're gonna see that yeah, you can't do that and do this, right? You can't serve two ideas, right? And another thing is it's gonna come a time where he's gonna see that, listen, man, I don't want my 5% to let nobody change my teachings. You know what I'm saying? That's the bottom line. He just don't teach what we teach. Like, look, we don't teach nothing about no two suns in the solar system. We know that it's binary star systems and all of that, but that's not this solar system. Like, our flag got this solar system on it. Who was it? Oh, R. Dion Best said, does he have his 5%? Yeah, he got his 5%. True self, peace, what's going on? I'm looking at the comments on the phone, so I'm missing some of them. If I miss your comments, my bad, but I'm trying this experiment right here. Exact mathematics said those two ideas are the two pieces of steel, right? And see, he's trying to use the piece of steel with the magnetic to draw people up. So this is why the use of our name, you know what I'm saying, and our images and things of that nature. You know what I mean? Justice, what's going on? You know. Just Savage going in, man. R. Dion Best said the Hilton Hotima philosophy. That's where that comes from? That's where he's getting that from? But how many people saw his explanation of his flag? Queen Mecca, what's going on? I didn't see you in a minute either, Queen Mecca. I seen you in the comments, but I wasn't able to respond to that one. I told you you gotta hit me. You gotta hit me on Instagram, Queen Mecca. You gotta join AllahChrist and Allah's fruit. He's saying, R.D.on Best. You saying man's higher consciousness got something to do with the binary star system? That's what Hilton Hotima teach. Well, yeah, in his philosophy, what he was explaining is that, you know, what they call the great year. You know what I'm saying? What they call the great year, the 25,000 year, the precession of the equinoxes and all of that. What he said, right, is that, yeah, I read some Hilton Hotima stuff before, but I didn't, you know, you had to jog my memory on what's in it. But what he's saying is that the 25,000 years, right, is how long of a cycle where we doing some type of circuit where we come closer, right, and get further away from the Sirius star system. And that the reason why the devil has been thriving now is because we're moving away from the Sirius star system. So it's less it's less radiation from this star system that we that we receiving, right? So this is why the Caucasian is able to thrive, right? And the original man, you know what I'm saying, is going through trials and tribulations. But that right now, we at the furthest point, so this is why the devil is peaking in his power, but now we supposed to be going back towards Sirius, right? And let me, look, I'm not being funny. I'm not being funny, you watch yourself. Look, you gotta eat his diet. See, you gotta eat his diet, right? And if you eat his diet, then you'll be able to withstand the radiation as we coming back closer to Sirius. You see what I'm saying? And of course, the white man's not gonna be able to withstand it at all. You know what I'm saying? And if we've been eating the white man's nitrogen-based diet, then we also won't be able to withstand it. You see what I'm saying? Joseph, I really, a lot of stuff what he's saying, I don't know. I just know that what he teaches, that's not what we teach. That's not what we teach about how the devil came to power. That's not what we teach. And see, for me, let me tell you something, man. There's some things that's Christianity, man. I don't care what you call it. Like, friends, if you telling me that something out of space, something up in the sky is going to happen after I die, and this is going to be the salvation, friends, listen, I don't want to hear that. Take that back to Mount Zion Baptist Church. Take it back to Mount Zion Baptist Church, man, and do whatever you want to do with it over there. People over there believe that kind of stuff. That something in the sky is going to happen after I die, and that's going to be my salvation. Nah, I don't want to hear that. If you got some salvation and it ain't going to happen in my lifetime, what's the point? You might as well go ahead with that. But this is how I recognize these things. This is the way how I use supreme mathematics. Asiatic mathematics said his diet is not reasonable. I have a hard enough time keeping my food strictly organic. Justice says some people just want to be extra. Joseph said these people say they knowledge 120, then do some way left things, then try to convince me other than, yeah, that's what I'm saying. They can try, he can call it what he want to call it. But at the end of the day, you got to explain to me what the difference is. If I'm waiting for something out of space to happen after I die. Queen Becca said he's speaking truly, but the mind can withstand. The mind lives infinite. The body can't rise above 6, not the mind. How you know we not already dead? Yeah, that's a little, you had to break that down. Justice said many people have 120 on paper, but they don't have a proper understanding. Yeah. Dion Best says, speaking of the great year, here's some food for thought. Iron Age, Kali Yuga, 432,000. 432,000 what? See what happens, Joseph, in terms of, how people, they come into the knowledge, man, it's that they just dealt with the surface of it. They just dealt with the surface of it. That's exactly my point that I always make, that look, you could give somebody the lessons and all of that, you know what I'm saying? And they could, even learn how to quote them. And just from knowing them and learning how to quote them, yeah, you're going to develop some understanding. Allah love. Peace. A lot of love is new. What's going on, a lot of love? Where you from? You know what I'm saying? But see, what they see is just the face value of it, guy. They don't, they never really, see, that's why I said, you know, you speaking and all of that, but now it really comes to living it out. See, with everything that we doing, right? Right? We got rules. Well, I said, how's the plague over there? The governor of Washington State said that bars can sell beers to go. It's ugly over here. Beers to go. That's asking for trouble, ain't it? And look, Washington State ain't New York. What I'm saying, New York, that's asking for trouble. Ah, man. A lot of love said born and raised in Medina, rests in Florida now. You know what I'm saying? But you know, you got a lot of people, but see, that's what I'm saying now. When it comes to the rules of how we going live it out. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, look, for instance, we was talking about having babies, right? Now look, everybody that got babies, you gotta feed your babies, right? But we got certain rules about how we eat. You see what I'm saying? We got certain rules about how we eat, so, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, you gotta feed the baby, but inside those rules. You know what I'm saying? So look, do you get something where you like, all right, well, this is not pig meat. This is not pig meat. This is life of law, peace, what's going on? Who's this? Gloria, oh, what's going on? Yeah, that's Sun God. What's the deal? Ardion Best said, copper age, all right, years ago. What's the science with that science that you putting in there right now about these different ages? The U.S. is going after Maduro for what? Well, I said, well, babies ain't eat pork or any other swine. Go about things in a civilized way. Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying, that, you know, so by that same token, it's like, all right, yeah, we gotta go out here and teach the people, right? We gotta go out here and teach the people, and we gotta uplift the community, but we got certain rules. We got certain rules about how we live and how we gonna do that. You understand what I'm saying? Dion Best said that those ages that he put is the years of procession. I'm still not 100% clear on what you mean. The years of procession, what was preceding and what, like within the procession, right? What do those different time periods put? What do they mark? Joe So said drug trafficking. They unsealed some indictments on Maduro. You talking about the president of Venezuela that took over from Hugo Chavez? Oh man, he got pulled. He got look. He got to pull a What's my man name? What's my man name?
Epstein.
Nah. Dion Best said 25,000 years. That was started from 35,000. Now recognized as 25,000 years. Now it's a green and law free cipher. So all those times that you put, those would coincide. Like you would be able to divide 25,000 or 35,000 years into those and get a certain amount of Qurans. So wait, they saying that Maduro was doing something with El Chapo? Yo, he gotta pull a what's his name, man? What's my man name? The bitch set me up. What's my man name, man? Oh man. Hey, look, he went to jail for smoking crack.
Marion Barry?
Marion Barry.
Yeah,
You gotta pull
yeah,
look. The bitch set me up. You know what I'm saying? Listen. First thing you would say, hey, what's going on here? What? It's not mine. The bitch set me up.
Yeah, Marion B.
Oh man. Listen. But I'm gonna tell you something though, man. Marion Barry was a real dude. That's why the people, I thought it was like, yo, what's wrong with the people in DC? But then when I found out his past, yeah, Marion Barry was real. Queen, I missed your comment just now. Let me see what Queen said. Joseph said Maduro let the cartels move major weight. Remember that bus from the pier like 2 years ago? So they saying that he was facilitating the cartels? Like he was, what they saying he was taking some money under the table or something? Fucking Nicholas, as soon as they come, just say, the bitch set me up! That is, let me see what Queen May said, man. All right. Yes, yeah, I missed a couple. So, R.D. Best said that if we look through those lessons, if we look through those years that he put there, that that's where the 24 Qurans came from. We would have to look back at those numbers because I see you had numbers in the millions. So we would have to really get into the math. If we had New Black World Order on here, he would run right through those numbers for me. Joseph said down by the seaport, they saying nothing goes down in Venezuela without his know or permission. Yeah, that's R.D.R. Best said, born mastermind's Quran was born through Jatu. That's what connect his origin of destruction to the righteousness. Joseph said, notice that the states with the high COVID patients are all ran by democratic governance. I didn't notice that. But I mean, I think the coast is mostly ran by the Democrats. Just in general in America, in the political realm, you know what I'm saying? In the interior states, they more trend towards Republican. You know what I'm saying? And just in general, just logistically speaking, the coast is where the most of the people is coming. That's where the most of the international travel is at. You know what I'm saying? Queen Mecca. You saying peace, you leaving? Or you just saying peace to rule the divine? Right, justice, yeah, those are states where, all the movement of the people and the money is, so it's constantly people in and out. Not yourself, it's not just about the money. Yeah, see, Wise, you just hit something on the head right there. That 25,000 times 24 Qurans is only 600,000 years. You know what I'm saying? So when you have dates up there in the millions, and then you say this is how the 24 Qurans was calculated, you would need to clarify that a little bit. You know what I'm saying? But let's get into the science, man. You know what I'm saying? I wanted to deal with, when it says, and what year was that, right? What are they talking about? They talking about Yaqub founding his nation. You know what I'm saying? So when they say, and what year was that, to me, that's 1987. That's when I got the knowledge of myself, right, and started to build my nation. See, all my 5%, right, they go back to that. And everything after that, right, is nowadays. This is the hereafter. You understand what I'm saying? Where the devil's been taken off my planet. So then I can't be what? Fooled by the devil nowadays. Because it can't just mean a time like we saying, 1934 for everybody. Because what does P.T. Barnum say? P.T. Barnum says a sucker born every minute. You see what I'm saying? So nowadays, it's from the time when you found your nation. When you received the knowledge of yourself. You see what I'm saying? When you dealing with the wisdom knowledge degree, right? All the way up to the wisdom God degree, Yaqub is developing the idea. Hold on for a second, RDR and Best. We're gonna get back to what you're dealing with. Let me finish my little rant. Let me finish my little rant first. So nowadays is not, you know what I'm saying, is not, one, or we say, after this time right here, after civil rights. Because see, each and every day right now is 2020. Some people in what year was that is right now. And what year was that? That's always the question though. What's that? See, from 21 to 27, Yaqub is developing his idea. Then when you get to 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33, right? Those are 600 years till you get to what is a real devil. So when you start to found your idea, right, of what you're gonna build, right? Okay, and what year was that? And now after that, right? Because remember that what that say? Can the devil fool a Muslim? Can the devil fool God? Why I said I can see people in the future talking about now like we do in the 60s. Well, look, I got a better example for you, right? You know, like, and we went over this before on the lives. Now listen, you could take any speech, right, from any black leader since at least the 1800s and apply it to right now. You understand what I'm saying? You can apply it to right now. See, that's why I don't say, look, can the devil fool anybody? It don't say, can the devil fool anybody? It say the devil, can the devil fool the Muslim? And I just ask you, can the devil fool God? Not nowadays, because we know in what year was that. And see, in what year for that, for us, right, was building the science of God, not making the devil. See, that's why I said the science of 21 and 27 is when Yaqub is developing his idea of what he's going to do. Yeah, the idea was determined, but we have to get into the details like I always tell y'all. You got to get into the who, what, where, when, why, and how. So when you go through the who, what, where, when, why, and how for yourself, then how could you be fooled by somebody who was made? Listen, you know how you say, look, I wasn't born yesterday. How could you get fooled by somebody that was born yesterday? So that's that little rant right there, you know. So, hold on. Wise here said, how do you see when a guy get knowledge of himself and fall victim to the other rules and regulations not mentioned in the wisdom build degree? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? I mean, just in general, you know, I'm not under the impression I see what you're saying. You're saying that just in general, nah, they not being fooled by the devil. They either was always the 85% or they the 10%. You know what I'm saying? Meaning you was always the 85% and that you came in. It's like I said, man, a person could just, you could just change who you identify with something. You know what I'm saying? Life said, I see that, I understand. To add on to that, Lord, I use simple question for brother by asking how long that brother been God, years, months, and days on this planet Earth. Dion Best said, in other words, Yaqub only manifested the reality, physical existence of the devil if that fact whom designed him mentally. Remember, it was predicted 8,400 years before he was born. Exactly. You see what I mean? Just like, look, I got the knowledge in 1987, right? But this science is from 1964, before I was physically birthed. You know what I mean? So yeah, it was already determined. But in what year was that for me? And then from then on, you know what I'm saying? But getting back to wise signs, what I was saying is that nah. That person in these is because what I seen in my experience is that a lot of people come into the knowledge, right? And they don't really lose the Christianity. They just transplant the personalities or the persona, the character, you know, basically when we tell you that the white man's the devil, right? You take all of the powers that the red man under the ground with the pitchfork got and you transplant them onto the white man. And you take all of the powers that the white sky god has, right? And you transplant them onto the black man. So yeah, you there speaking, you know what I'm saying, and you know, you dropping the signs like there's some people, you know what I'm saying, like if you pro-black, you might find yourself amongst us because we have the highest teaching of who the black man is. You understand what I'm saying? Nobody teaches that the black man is over God. You understand what I'm saying? So you know there's this, but so what'll happen is that person will come, right? And all of their ideas about pro-blackness, they will transplant that onto the black man. And all of their science about anti-whiteness, they will transplant that onto the white man. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah, it was predicted. Allah said we was gonna come. Why I said that's how science never thought of it like that. The nation was born 1964 and it was predicted that we was get it, yeah. And it wasn't just predicted, it was lived out. He sent the non-born and all those brothers who was there in his time. He didn't just make it and predict it like a wish. He predicted and then the guys lived it out. And then we here to show forth and prove it. You understand what I'm saying? Just like I said with that brother, look, in time you have your own 5% that will be telling people, don't change our father's teachings. You understand what I'm saying? But getting to the other point what I was making back is that those people are still 85%. And they never really got this science. They just transplanted something that they already thought onto us. You see what I'm saying? The other people are 10%. Because see, they had the knowledge, right? But it was only for the fad and the fashion in the time when it was beneficial. You see what I'm saying? Then you go back to being out there in the atmosphere, right? But look, you don't go back to being a regular 85. You know what I'm saying? You know who the black man is. You see what I'm saying? Like right now, you could go in almost any organization, rather it be, you know, some organization that's dealing with consciousness, rather you dealing with a organization that's dealing with you know, it could be gangs, whatever. You understand what I'm saying? When you look at the top leadership in those organizations, you always see 5%, at least in New York. You know what I'm saying? That's because they go back to being a 10% where they using this knowledge for themselves, but they not teaching it. You understand what I'm saying? But they taking advantage, you know, of the other people's lack of wisdom and understanding. Why I say he becomes a savage. Now, to me, for me, that's a different category. Right? Now look, like I said, you go back to being a 10%, right? Or you was always at 85%. Now see, when the person, they got the knowledge and they go back to eating pig and, you know, doing that real jungle life, that real concrete jungle life where you go back to doing things this is not even civilized. You know what I'm saying? Then you went savage. Like, that's savage. Like, how could you go back, you know, because, you know, for anybody that stopped eating pig, probably for y'all to stop eating meat, y'all got the same feeling where it's like, yo, you know, like, now that I don't eat this shit, I got like an aversion to this. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't even want to go in the store sometimes, man. If it smells, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, right. Wise. Yes, that's what you do. That's when they lost all knowledge of themselves. You know what I'm saying? But some people, they don't go back to being savage like that. They just, for whatever reason, they more in balance with some other philosophy. You know what I'm saying? That maybe they go into the Egyptology science or something like that. Afrocentrism or whatever it might be. You understand what I'm saying? And they still, in terms of the way they eat, you know what I'm saying, how they raising their children, all that stuff like that, right? It still be righteous. And then you got some cats that they go straight savage. You know what I'm saying? Joseph said, any wise man will use what he learns to his benefit. The difference being the righteous man will do what's right and true regardless to whom or what. Yeah. But see, also the key is how you deal with equality with the other people. You see what I'm saying? Especially when they your people. Whether it's black people, whether it's your neighborhood, whether it's your family or whatever. You see what I mean? Because now, once you take the knowledge for yourself, right, and don't give it to them, what you did there, that's separation. And if y'all the same, then you separated the seeds. That was once one body, right? It was once one body, and then you separated it out and separated yourself out and preserved the best part for yourself. So then what you did is you manufactured the dissatisfied. Beth said those that can't uphold being a light particle descend back to a water particle. Put that. He put that in a strong. That's a rather strong. That's a strong statement right there. You go back to being a water particle, my man. Yeah, man. But I said let's keep it a bang. Man. Yeah, I mean, be glad. What's Jiggy 1017 ain't in here? If Jiggy 1017 was in here right now, man, we really be going in. Life Allah said the true 5% are the gods of the universe who 23 scientists predicted would come after Yaqub and deliver the black man from the hands of the devil by teaching supreme understanding of living math. Dion Best said you're either true and living or a devil. And once you get the knowledge, there ain't no middle ground. You can try to play neutral if you want, but there ain't no middle ground once you get the knowledge. Bruce Devon said either you make it happen or you become it that it happens to. Yeah. Joseph said everybody can't be us and we can't be them. That's another strong way to put it right there. You're right. I can't be a lot of things. I can't be that. I can't be that at all, man. Nah. But let's get back into that science with let's get back to that science with the millions of years in the 24 Qurans? K-Bar. Yo, K, where you at, man? We about to fire up. We about to fire up the microphone. Why? So when you go outside and deal with the 85%, you either make them more like you or they will make you more like them, yeah? See, because, you know, you not, you're not just a neutral, uncharged particle once you got the knowledge, man. You a charged particle. You know what I'm saying? Getting into the example that the brother was making. You know what I'm saying? As far as light particles and water particles, but just getting into atomic particles, you a charged particle. K-Boy says Scarface got it. Oh, why you call it Scarface, man? K-Boy stupid, man. Scarface, man. You know Scarface. But saying to finish my thought is you a charged particle, right? And charged particles necessarily have impact on other particles that's around it. Okay, well, why you call that man Brad Jordan, man? Man, what with the law, man? Asiatic mathematics said 25,000 years in one Quran, so once you multiply that by 24, right? Now the thing what we saying is that when he put up years that was in the millions, right? Why I said the 12 constellations is included in 25,000 years. But what we were saying is that when you use words in the millions and then you said that shows and proves the 24 Qurans, or that's related to the 24 Qurans, and me and Wise was just saying that when you multiply 25,000 by 24, you only get 600,000 years. So then we need him to explain how the millions of years is related. Night Owl. Night Owl. What was Night Owl? I seen Night Owl the other day. We was kicking about something. Okay, well, what you talking about? That man name is Brad, man. Man, you walk with the law. You can talk about his name is Brad, man. Oh, you talking about Scarface in Texas? Brad? Come on, man. Listen, man. Everybody famous got it, man. Everybody famous got it. Yeah.
Scarface got it?
Yeah, Scarface got it, man. Come on, man. Him and Idris Elba, man.
Oh, man.
Audience said Ardion Best said those great year periods are found in the Dravidian Indian calendar. Those are the recorded times. Where did you find Buddhism 35,000 years ago? I'm not understanding with this. The great year periods are found in the Dravidian calendar. I mean, we're not talking about the Dravidian calendar. We're talking about a calculation, right? That's based on the measurements and the positioning and the movements of the planet Earth. That can be calculated no matter what system of philosophy or language that you're speaking. Daniel Addison. Yeah, my alerts is going out now, man. We got Daniel Addison. I ain't see Daniel Addison in a while. Alerts getting out there. I need to check the people on Facebook, see if on Facebook and see if there's comments over there. But right now I'm on the roll. So the question here to Dion Best is, are you saying the knowledge cipher degree is referring to when Elijah said a Quran used to be 35,000 years old? Everything, Daniel Addison, you know what I mean? We in here, you know, they can shut down a lot of things, but they can't shut me down from building. They can't shut that down. Just taking care of your queen, Daniel Addison. That's how you gotta do it in these times right now, man. Especially right now, you gotta take care of family. You know what I'm saying? You know, because, like I was saying, man, it's only our knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that we gotta use to save us right now. Knowledge Born just came in. Yeah, Knowledge Born. You see, I got you in the Western names. Daniel Addison said he's starting a fast at midnight. About to get your 3 days in. Don't do like the brother that did 2.5 days. I never heard nothing like that. 2.5 days. Hey, listen, man, I'm going all the way. if I didn't eat in 2.5 days. Listen. Man, yeah, Daniel Addison, she gotta try to, man, use diet, man, to improve that, man. Joseph said I was getting on my earth nerves. She was like, don't. I didn't see what the last ever said, man. Yeah, 72 hours, man. You know, get the whole 72 hours in, man. Like, what, 60 hours? Right? Why? Like, listen, once I didn't put this kind of time into it, you know, once I already didn't eat this long, like, I'm not gonna waste. I'm not gonna waste the what's your name? Yeah, Knowledge Born Side Rally Smoke Squad. Knowledge Born ordered his Side Rally Smoke Squad shirt. That's where I got these people over here, right here. These are some of the people that's ordered shirts recently. I gotta see what that sign is. It said no more, what is that? No more meat for you? No more pig? Send the link. Oh, you talking about all the a lot of links is in the yeah, the links is in the is in the description box. I don't know if I got my last store in there though. The one that got the Side Rally Smoke Squad shirts, I gotta get that link in there. But all of the links that you see that say the labs is my stores. But yeah, I gotta get that link in there. Daniel Addison said he extra. What you talking about? These videos got you extra on point. That's what I aim to do. Why I said, do you eat cornbread? I heard what Allah said about it. What did Allah say about cornbread? Yeah, in the description box to the video, if you look at the description box, there's links there that say the labs 2. I gotta put the other link in there, the labs 3. Now I said, peace to every man, woman, and child. And now I seen the latest news, New York City is ground zero. Sent warm currents out to all families. I mean, yeah, I heard that too, that New York got the most cases in America. Now I was born said cornbread is still corn. All right, no doubt, life. That is no good because it's like sand on the carpet, and last time I checked, they not giving out new stomachs. Daniel Addison said, I'm embarking on renewing self internally. Yeah, that's peace, man. That's what we gotta do after we get this knowledge. You know what I'm saying? You get external, you know what I'm saying, facts and everything, you know, about what your potential is to be. You know what I'm saying? But then, like you said, you got the, hold up, well, Asiatic mathematics, I'm gonna use your word here. You gotta deal with that introspection in order to renew yourself and put that potential into kinetic energy. The divine, or you came through, or you found my page from the Inf Mega page, the Law School of Mecca. Alright, no doubt, Dion Best. I'll catch you later. Joseph said the rumor is the 5G technology is the catalyst that's activating this virus. Ruler Devon said, world, spend money on your health so you can live longer physically. Daniel Addison said, I just want to know if it's the 5G. Oh, snap, y'all said the same thing at the same time. True wisdom, be beautiful earth, Freeling housing, peace. What's going on? Both of y'all started asking about the what's the name at the same time, the 5G. True wisdom is new. What's going on, True Wisdom? Where you from? I'm up, listen, I gotta be up to like 13-14% female viewership now. Hey, listen, look, now I'm a big YouTuber. But they saying that 5G is setting off the virus how? Joseph said COVID 1953 to 1953 was a big year. Queen Elizabeth was coronated that year. I mean, you know, yeah, I heard a lot of stuff about the 5G. Daniel Addison said he's been doing research on Bill Gates. The HAA, what's the HAA? Oh, heart. I mean, you know, like I tell people, man, you know, I probably had the most controversial. I probably have the most controversial stance on this whole thing. You know, I have the most controversial conspiracy theory of all of you. Now that I said COVID-19 reminds me of the movie The Happening. I don't think, I didn't, I'm not even familiar with that movie, The Happening. Like what it was about or when it came out. Yeah, I know about the Heart Project. Joseph says similar to how antenna were giving out cancer back in the day, like the corona is already in us and electromagnetism from the 5G activates it. So, I mean, that's a theory that it's a backfire. I mean, this 5G stuff has really been, you know, an extremely wide range of effects have been attributed to the 5G thing so far. COVID-19 may only get manifested through certain waves. Asiatic mathematics said, I don't watch the news enough, so I haven't been thinking about it. Just go, yeah, I haven't really been able to see the news myself. Rule Devon said, get some black seed oil, keep our immune system up. Yeah, I gotta hit the floors, get my sets in. What happened to true wisdom? Where's true wisdom be beautiful earth from? Asiatic mathematics said, to be honest, I don't even know if it's real or not. Well, you know, Scarface has it. Yeah, Prince Charles got it. Daniel Addison said it interferes with DNA. This is what 5G does. They've proven that. Ruby Devon said 2 teaspoons a day with 2 teaspoons of pure honey. So that's the black seed. 2 teaspoons of black seed with 2 teaspoons of pure honey. Joseph, the effects of COVID-19 are very similar to Tom Hanks got it, you know. I didn't see the end of that statement from Joseph. Daniel Addison said, I drink moringa tea too. Yeah, but I have a, you know, like I said, my theory on it is it's out there, wild stuff. Let me see, all right, here we go. I was about to say, what happened? Who's just lively? Oh, radiation poisoning effects are like COVID-19. got the AC, that's what my theory is. You know, I don't know if y'all ready for this kind of crazy talk. I don't know if y'all ready for that kind of crazy talk right there, man. See, we got a whole bunch of people that they must have came in and left real quick. Shakima ain't even tell us. Shakima ain't tell us. She ain't give us the rundown on what's going on in San Francisco. RP Reed said it's the Muslim guys doing it. You see? Love said, are we still smoking cigarettes and blunts? Well, I mean, I never smoked cigarettes. You know. Daniel Addison said, we already know that the double expiration is up 7,000 years, 6,000 years. Joe Self said, people are getting bombed with radiation, so sick people are getting wiped out. They blame COVID-19. See, my theory, right, is that this is not something that the Caucasian is doing to the world. This is something that's happening to the world of the Caucasian. And see, the Caucasian, right, in my mind, you know what I'm saying, to a lot of people, right, the Caucasian is like a crackhead right now, right? Bear with me with this. I'm not saying that the Caucasian is smoking crack or that he's addicted to anything. What I'm saying is that the Caucasian is like a crackhead, right? Who's telling you that he cleaned himself up, right? And he wants to borrow some money, right? And the thing is, it's like you have this history of smoking crack where it's like, yo, son, I don't believe you, son. Like if you said something, like whatever you did, if you broke your arm, you did that on purpose somehow so you get some crack. There was some crack in it for you. And so at this point right now, it's like, you know what I'm saying, you know, everybody's looking at it, yo, it's this, it's that. And it's like, yo, I mean, at the end of the day, they're the ones that's paying the highest price. Some people say it was the Chinese. Well, why would the Chinese give it to themselves first? If it's the Caucasian, you know, why would Trump give it to his daughter? Why would Illuminati allow Prince Charles to get it? Why? You know what I'm saying? I think this is really, you know, a shock. You know, they really panicking. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, we got to you know, realize that this is not the first time this has happened to them. It's not the second time it happened. It's not the third time. It's not the fourth time. This has been happening to them over and over and over, you know, at least going back to Alexander the Great time. Alexander the Great died of some mysterious illness. But see, like I was saying yesterday, I think I was live on Instagram when I was saying that though. You know what I'm saying? That, yo, it's a lot of people. Allah Love said influenza started in 1743 in Italy. Started, or those are the first recorded cases? Joseph said we in the second 100 years of the 1,000 year transition. Yeah, y'all gotta break that 1,000 year transition down to me. I never heard that before. You know what I'm saying? But, this is Allah Love, 1743, he's pointing out the influenza in Italy. Yeah, there's been multiple plagues that have been affecting them, right, for centuries. So I'm not, because to a certain degree, that's what's happening out there. You know what I'm saying? Where, look, Master is saying, look, we don't know what's going on, but everybody needs to chill, man. Like, you need to stay home. And look, people, no, Master, how we's gonna close down the economy, Master? Master, let us go in the field, Master. Master like, nah, it ain't worth it right now. It ain't worth it right now. Look here, Jimbo, it ain't worth it. We all need to come out the fields, Jimbo. No, Massa, them crops going go bad out there, Massa. Massa's like, look, I got other problems right now. You know what I'm saying? But see, like I said, yeah, you got to go to Allah Christ and Allah's fruit. At Allah's Christ and at Allah's fruit, Ruler Divine on Instagram. Have I ever heard RZA Rebirth of a Prince? What is that? Alright. Yeah, that was see this optimal, they kind of funny where you gotta log back into the Wi-Fi, and the Wi-Fi works much better when I'm broadcasting on YouTube and Facebook at the same time. Hold on, let me go over here, look at the comments real quick so I can catch up. Alright, so we I caught back up to where the brother was saying that the influenza virus, apparently they saying it mutated into what it is right now 6,000 years ago, and that it was isolated in 1933. That's some those are some interesting, 6,000 years ago, and then they got to the meat of the science in 1933. Those are some interesting timetables right there.
Never heard that one before though.
That we would recognize from a lot of other things. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, look, you got malaria. You know what I'm saying? You got lots of things, man. You know what I'm saying? You know, I don't know if that's a part of this too. I don't know if that's a part of this too, but you know, we living in a time, right, where because of medical advancements, maybe people just don't know, you know, people don't understand disease. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, people look at it like, yo, these things shouldn't exist or something. You know what I'm saying? But you know, the reality is, man, these things have always existed. You know what I mean? So, you know, that's how I draw it up, man. That, you know, this is not something that they would do by choice.
Oh shit.
Ruler Divine said many don't pay attention until it hit. Allah said in 1928, Amy McBride attempted to transmit influenza from pig to pig by taking mucus from the respiratory tract of sick pigs and instilling it into the noses of healthy pigs. Daniel Addison said elites got hands in it. Allah said, however, this effort failed to transmit the disease because they inoculated only filtered material. Most of the bacterial filters used during that time were unable to allow the flow of viral particles through them. I mean, Daniel Addison, my question is, if the elites got a hand in it, right, why are they the only ones being affected by it? Smell Good said, I don't know how you see the new long handshakes. I haven't seen no handshakes. Really, that's what I thought that was going to be one of the byproducts of this. That people ain't going to shake hands no more. You know, like that old thing where, yo, you know, a firm handshake and all that. That's going to go out the window. Can I ask y'all a question? Jeffrey Morrell said, no pork, no dope, no white women, no virus. Daniel Addison said, remember when they go to G2 summits, they discuss these operations. God light. In the name of Allah, light, rich mind, victory, Allah, peace to God. Well, I said they definitely don't want to take themselves off our planet. Joseph said, I think we watching a duel between warring factions of power, a chess game. Daniel Addison said the United Nations is involved too. Well, what's the two factions? Daniel Addison said agriculture too. Well, look. Can y'all tell me a thing, like in the last 10 years, tell me something that was real? Because my thing is this, just on the law of averages, right? Joseph says, so a virus I missed that one. We giving the white man too much credit. RP Reese. Now look, this is what I was getting ready to get into. Now as Born said, the haves and the have more. Smell Good said introducing a lot of the youth and older b-boy games. The players used to what? You got all these symbols here. Joseph said, I think it's the old faction versus the new faction. Who's the new faction?
It's 9 o'clock.
Look at this food supplies now, GMO to manipulate DNA structure. Yeah, but I'm saying a lot of the stuff that y'all saying they did all this to do, they could do that anyway. Like the food is already GMO. I'm just saying on the strength of chess moves. You know, in chess, when your opponent make a move, one of the things you got to deal with is trying to anticipate what move he's trying to make. You know what I'm saying? You got to see, okay, can he check me in one move from where he at right now? Can he check me in two moves? Can he check me at all? Is there a way I can take his piece without putting up too much? Zeus killed his father for power, and they love their Greek stuff. Yeah, that story's a little more complicated than that, though, Joseph. But this is what I'm saying. Can y'all tell me anything in the last 10 years that was real? Because see, what I'm saying is this. If there's a school shooting, y'all say that's the devil doing some fake stuff, playing games. You know what I'm saying? If, you know, there's a shooting in Las Vegas, y'all say, oh, yo, nah, that's really, you know, some Illuminati thing going on. You know what I'm saying? You know. And what I'm saying is that on the law of averages, something has to be real. Like you know, at some point, what I'm saying is that you telling me that every single thing that I see and hear is created by these 10%. And what I'm saying is that, you know, Smell Good, when I say real, I mean that it really happened. You know what I'm saying? Like with everything, yo, you know, no kids really got shot. You know, it's all a hoax. You know what I'm saying? Joseph said the real thing is more people are waking up. People died in fake movies too. So, here's a question. Why would they do something that would cause more people to wake up? No, what I mean is anything really happening? Because see, some levels of this conspiracies that y'all talking, right? If what y'all saying is true, then we might as well pack up, son. Because we cannot take somebody off the planet that's as powerful as y'all making it seem. Unless y'all got some other thing that y'all about to drop. But if you got somebody that can literally control all of reality, from every time it rains to every time the weather gets cold or hot, to, you know, every shoot, if you know, and get the cooperation of all these people, if that really can happen, then y'all gotta explain to me You know what I mean? Because see, Patmos is one small island. Yeah, you can control reality on a small island like that. No, I'm the one talking crazy, Smell. Cause that's what I told him. My conspiracy theory is off the wall. Nobody would ever go with my conspiracy theory. That this is really happening. That something is actually challenging the mortality of the white man. And because he controls all his endeavors that he controls are being affected because he's being affected. Like, this is what we really see. Depopulation. Dude, he could kill all the people he want to. Why I said, but the most powerful devils are in the age range where they'll die. Yeah, why would they do something? Why would they do something that's most prone to affect them? I was born and said my boss was bragging about buying 2,000 more rounds of ammo. But listen, they wouldn't do that. See, because not for nothing, all the different stuff that y'all saying about this, right? These are not things that I can really see leading to a better situation for them. Jasim said, I think the dub, and Jasim, what's the name, went through so quick, I didn't get to see it. Joseph said his greed alone won't let him kill everybody. He know he can't manifest anything. They need us. Well, I said, indeed, I bought more ammo as well. A lot of magnetic. What's going on? Hold on, let me see what Jasim. What comment Jasim? Jasim usually has some good points to make. Let's see. But I hope y'all coming up with some what's your names, man. But it's Luke Cage. Luke Cage came in. Jasim. Yeah, True Self. I'm in YouTube, man. What's the name? I'm trying to look for Jasim's. Alright. Jasim said, peace. I think the devil just funded his civilization for another generation. Corona might be real, but they're definitely using it to cover up a crumbling economy. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that. Now y'all talking about diseases entering through mucous membranes. Joseph said the devil can't do anything but take the 85% into doing his work. Why I said this is the white supremacist malicious dream scenario. They'll be the first ones fighting the martial law. Yeah, but and see, this is, you know, that's another good point what he made, where it's like I really, you know, and then we discussed this on the show before too, where I think a lot of people just, I don't know if people have really considered, you know, what are the original people doing, right? That would strategically concern the Caucasian. That, yo, I gotta put something out to stop them. Like, is there something somewhere that some brothers doing where you like, yo, if they keep doing that for like another 6 months, that was finished. Like, if they just keep doing what they doing right there, right now. Like, yo, listen, man, there's just some things that's occurring in our everyday reality, man, where it's like, if that can happen, then no, son, you're not close to freedom, justice, and equality. You're not close, man. Like, dude, y'all can't stop ODing off pills. Y'all can't stop following people who don't have no future. Like, all of your heroes, none of them is 30 years old. Why do we need to worry about you when you already worshiping a culture of death, hell, and destruction on your own? And what is the point? Like, do knowledge. Here's something about the nature of a snake. I ain't seeing y'all comments right now because I'm running my mouth. You know what I'm saying? But I'm a. Wow, Knowledge Born said the largest standing army is in Pennsylvania and Ohio. Didn't know that. You know what I'm saying? Luke Cage said our existence alone concerns him. I mean, I guess that's a way of looking at it, you know what I'm saying? But let's just deal with something about the nature of a snake, right? When a poisonous snake bites somebody, right? Or it bites an animal, what do they do after that? Joseph said, you know, snakes eat other snakes, all right? But when a poisonous snake bites an animal, right? Then what happens? Anyone? Bueller? Why I said run? Joseph said the devil cannot overcome his own nature. How you gonna overcome Allah? Exactly. But it appears that y'all saying that he's overcome. He's overcome these things. That he's conquered. You know, the white man's always saying that, you know, he conquered nature, like he tamed nature in a way so that now he can, you know, deal with other endeavors. True Self said they eat, said pray. Wise said it wraps itself. Joseph said the animal either dies or gets immune. Smell Good said eats it after it dies. Daniel Addison said swallowing it whole. Now look, I've been watching these nature shows since Mutual of Omaha, Wild Kingdom back in the days. And what I noticed about a poisonous snake, They don't struggle with the animal. Once they bite them and they know that poison got in them, they let the animal run, animal run. Because one thing they do by running like that is they cause the blood to pump and cause the poison to go all over. Asiatic mathematics said, I don't know exactly what happens after bitten by a snake, but I know you're not supposed to chop his head off because it can still bite you after disconnected. Now, I don't know about that. You're supposed to break its neck. Well, let me get back to what I'm saying. You know, when the poisonous animal bites somebody, they don't struggle with that animal. They don't struggle with them, son. You've been bit. I got you, son. Would you see them? And look, and they be doing like Pepe Le Pew. Like the other animal would be running, and they just be going, putting their tongue out. They smell where you at. All right, yeah, you over there. And look, by the time they roll up, you already dead, son. So I'm just saying that that's the same way I see the nature, man, of like, listen, man, like I said, man, no white person came in my community, right, and taught me nothing about Christianity. They didn't teach me nothing about none of the stuff I was doing in the 85% world. Not one of them. We just see Jimmy Swaggart on TV and stuff like that. But he wasn't that's what I'm saying. Like you got, you know, you telling me, man, that they messing up the money, man. We the money, son. I really, you know, like I hear you what everybody's saying, and I'm not saying that they didn't do it. No, I know about these stories which you're talking about, Asiatic mathematics, with rattlesnakes still biting people after the head is cut off. But I'm saying I wouldn't use that as a reason not to cut the head off. I would just say stay away from the head after you cut it off. It's still the head of a snake. You know what I'm saying? But this is what I'm saying, like, you know, the power of Christianity, man. You know what I'm saying? The power of the dissension in our own community. Like it was alive. This was a couple months ago. You know what I'm saying? And brothers asked me a question about what did I think was the biggest issue holding black people back. You know what I'm saying? Was it dealing with, you know, mythology? Was it religion? You know, Jasim was one of the people that had asked me the question, and he had a suggestion about what he thought it was. What I'm saying is that mental poison, right? Things that we do allow the devil to be supremely confident that poison is in effect. Like, God, listen, man, are you saying that somebody needs to take the people out that was killing each other over chicken sandwiches a couple months ago? Now, I can put a chicken sandwich out there and cause you to kill your own people, but I need to risk my life messing with you? God Light said fear is the devil's tool to keep the people in check. See, now you got comment. I can't see the end of that. If you look at the stock market, each individual social props up their tree like stocks and bonds. Recycling checks the fund we the people, expecting folks to. You said I gotta start reading these quicker. Yeah, people gonna go right into the system with that $1,200. Yourself said the devil got 6 million square miles. We not a part of that, but there are those of us that are. God light said means to have the highest degree of intelligence to endure this and come out successful. Yeah. You know, but we haven't displayed the highest degree, you know, of intelligence, man, with things, you know what I'm saying? Like when it's certain things, man, you know what I'm saying, where it's like, yo, gee, has anybody ever heard of is it the rat Utopia experiment or the mouse Utopia experiment? Where they decide to experiment by building a society, right, for the mice, right? And in the society, and this kind of connect to the things that y'all saying about the economy, them giving out $1,200 and all that, right? And in the experiment, what they did is they made conditions perfect for the mice. Meaning they fed them all they wanted to feed, all they wanted to eat, you know, whatever it was, they could get whatever they want. You know what I'm saying? And the society collapsed. And they noticed certain things, right? That, you know, recently I saw a documentary where they were saying how it's parallels with the society that's been created right now, right? And the way a lot of people are reacting, you know, within our society right here, the ones in North America, is parallel to what happened in the Mouse Utopia experiment. You see what I'm saying? And that society, that mouse society, collapsed. It didn't even last that long. And what I'm saying is that a lot of those things that was manifested in those societies that collapsed, a lot of those parallels is in our community. You could, it's on YouTube right now. You know what I'm saying? When this is over, you can check it out. It's the mouse Utopia or the rat Utopia experiment. So I'm just saying that if a person has that utter amount of control, like I could put out a pair of sneakers and make y'all line up in the cold, in the rain for days. See, let me tell you something. Back in my time, if you stood online, that's because something was free. You didn't stand online to pay top dollar for something. You would be stand online to pay you 1,000 times what this is worth. What this is worth. Smell good. You saying how what happened in that society, how it collapsed? Why I said, is it because they lost the knowledge on who and what they are? They stopped doing their duties? All right, no doubt, Ruler Divine. Yeah, both of y'all are supreme. Smell goods and wise. Yeah, that's pretty much what happened. Like you had one group of them, right? That they became what they call in the experiment the beautiful ones. And that was one of the parallels they was making to today's society. How these cats, they didn't do nothing except groom all day long. That's all they did was groom all day long. Now you got a group of people that look, we can shoot one of y'all down. We can shoot one of y'all, we can shoot several of y'all down. We can have a whole year where, you know what? We shoot y'all down every 2 weeks, man. And then people still going right back, they buying their Yeezys. people still, you know what I'm saying? Like, remember a couple years ago when Abdul Rafi, you see Abdul in a minute neither. True Self said, kind of like the Matrix when the program told Neo how many times they destroyed Zion and kept it in repetition. Yeah. But remember a couple of years ago, you know, when it was like, yo, they was, you know, like almost every 2 weeks, you was hearing about an innocent brother, you know what I'm saying, or somebody who, you know, even if they wasn't innocent, their crime wasn't something for you to get shot down in the street dead over, right? I'm saying ain't nothing happening about that now. Ain't nothing happening about that. You know what I'm saying? Nobody's thinking about that. Like, that was changed into something about Jay-Z. Smell Good says, so what you saying, them rats didn't do what was natural to them because they got all they wanted. Yeah, that was one aspect of it, but, you know, the society started changing in all types of ways. But see, they already knew that was going to happen. Look, even from the Indians, the Native Americans, whatever you want to call them, right? When they destroyed the buffalo, they destroyed their whole society by throwing off everybody's roles. What everybody was supposed to do to be successful, now you can no longer do. Allah Love said, Yeezy said he just a black man in a red hat. I'm just saying that, you know, look, man, you know, and I hate to, you know, keep throwing him under the bus because he already got enough problems. But listen, man, when the youth, now you got a group of people, and y'all telling me that this group of people is dangerous. But the youth of this group of people, right? The youth of this group of people spends their time listening to 6ix9ine. Now, I know it's been a minute since they had a chance to listen to him, but I'm saying that's what they was doing. Do we really think this? I mean, that to me, no, man, you're done. When they say you want to kill a people, man, kill their children, or what, however that saying go. Dude, we destroyed y'all. Y'all fighting over chicken sandwiches. Y'all fighting over chicken sandwiches at Popeyes, man. Fighting, man, fist fighting. And I really, you know, at that point, son, they just sit back and watch the show, man. Ain't nobody close to none of that Wakanda stuff. Ain't nobody close to doing that, man. Like I'm saying, I don't see the evidence, what I'm saying. I don't see the evidence, son. Like, son, the leadership we got now, son, they're not W.E.B. Du Bois and Marcus Garvey and Booker T. Washington, son. They not Medgar Evers and Martin Luther King and Malcolm X, son. They not. So, what's their motivation for all this stuff, man? Why I said if they are, they hiding it like Wakanda did. You know what I'm saying? But to me, yeah, it's just, even, I don't know if people realize, you know what I'm saying? But look, you know, we was brought here for what reason? Now I was going to say, when I seen cats fighting over a chicken sandwich, I knew that was some swine. It had to be swine in there, huh? Josh Sim said the Utopia experiment was dope and did parallel today's society. I forget the exact details. I have to watch it again later. Yeah, that's why I tell everybody to look it up and watch it. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? But that, you know, to me, you know, Daniel Addison said control. Nah, that's not why they brought us over here. It's pretty simple why they brought us over here. Can anybody add on to that why they brought us over here? Labor. Saying we not the workers no more. We not the workers no more. They got the Mexicans and the Chinese, right? In the what's the name? You gotta remember that just like they went from a system, right? Where they had the slaves living with them in their backyard. Then they came up with another system where they was like, yo, you know something? These cats is much less dangerous, right? And much cheaper. The overhead is much cheaper on them. If we give them a little BS check and put them on their own and just tell them be back in the plantation at a particular time. You know what I'm saying? Now, what I'm saying is that with the post-industrial era, right? Wise hit it on the head. Just like the black women used to be their maids, now it's Hispanic. We have been replaced as the labor force, as the workers. Luke Cage said, other than gods, the people don't have any. The days of the man speaking up for the people is over. Of the men speaking up for the people is over. Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, and if you don't have that, you're not a threat to other nations. You're a threat to yourself. And the reality is, man, you know what I'm saying? Let me tell you something, man. The Caucasian don't really want to kill none of y'all. Some secret, you know, you committing some crimes, they can pin on you and all that. Yeah, they get you. But see, when you really talk about leadership, right? They don't want to make you a martyr. We killed some cats. This is their mentality, man. We killed some cats back in the 60s. And we still can't get rid of them. Because we turned them into martyrs and heroes when we did that. So what that means is the situation got to get serious. You got to get back to the point where whoever is the leader of this movement here, we have to identify you again, you know, the leader of the FBI, as you are the most dangerous person in America. Yeah, why I said a martyr is more dangerous. They assassinate your character. Now, I was going to say after slavery, it was the Chinese, they built the railroad. That's one aspect, but see, what I'm talking about more is, like I said, just like they say, look, we give them a check and then let them go in the neighborhood, let them go in the slum neighborhoods and be on their own, they found that it's even cheaper to give you a check and leave you in your own country where the slum is even cheaper. See what I'm saying? So I don't even have to pay you on the scale of this economy. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that, you know, for the same job that over here, you know, at least there's minimum wage. I gotta pay you a certain amount just based on that. Over there, I can pay you a fraction of minimum wage to do the same thing. And that's because when you're dealing with technology, right? When you're dealing with technology, that opens up the floodgates. Meaning, in 1600, 1700, 1800, only the black man can do that stuff. They tried the other people. Only the black man could get out there in the field and get the cotton, get the tobacco, get the sugar cane, whatever it was else. But see, now with technology, right, you got one tractor that can ride down through the field and do the work of 25, 30 slaves. Luke K said a lot of times they'll put a black woman on to speak for us. Nas Bourne said that's why all the phone services have foreign operators. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. See, because now look, this is one of the things what I'm saying about it. Some things that it's not necessarily the plan, but like somebody said, they you know, they take advantage of a situation. You know, they didn't really plan it out. But see, you know, one of the things that allows so much outsourcing? The British Empire. See, because of the British Empire and how many different places that they conquered around the world, right? And then you got the American Empire that took over from the British Empire. So what that means is, Luke Cage, we're gonna get into your comment. I gotta listen, because you know I got like 15% female viewership now. We gotta put some, we gotta deal with that topic. Because of the British Empire and then the American Empire, right? There's been like 250 years of the lingua franca being English. So see right now, not just the lingua franca, but also the governmental systems, the economic systems, and the educational systems. You see what I'm saying? So like in India, because America and India, right, is both colonies or formerly colonies of the British Empire, we got a similar education. So that's why your job can be outsourced to some people right there. But remember that the British Empire was all over. They was in China for a while. Remember, they had Hong Kong. They had to give Hong Kong back to China. So that's one of the things that, like I said, in this modern time, they don't need the original man, you know what I mean? They don't need the black and the brown. And, you know, whatever they doing, it's like, listen, man, y'all just do recreation, whatever y'all, you know, pop them pills until y'all finish your den. But Luke Cage was saying that a lot of times they put black women up to speak for original people You know what I'm saying? You know, and that a lot of times these women are, you know, they're hostile towards, you know, either the black man or the black community. Well, let me not put words. Let me go look at the actual what you guys said. Yeah, so he said they put a black woman up there, and she's either too emotional or talking crazy about the black man. How does the room see that statement? You know, especially if any of my 15% of female viewership is on here right now. Because that is, it's an opinion that has a lot of you know, a lot of people that agree with it. Anyone? Bueller? Daniel Addison said trying to demasculate the black man or assimilate him. Like for a lot of well, Luke Cage was saying that, well, it started from me asking about, you know, who's the real strong leadership right now? You know what I mean? Like the people, a lot of times that they out in the front and they talking, you know what I'm saying, for original people in different situations. It's like, dude, you know, these are not, you know, Marcus Garvey, Booker T. Washington, you know, W.B. Du Bois, Medgar Evers, you know, Malcolm Martin. Like these are not people who would be classified, like, you know, you're not gonna hear J. Edgar Hoover saying that any of these modern people that's standing up speaking for black people is the most dangerous person in America. You know what I'm saying? And so then one of the things Luke Cage was saying, adding on to that, was that a lot of times what they do is they putting black women up. You know what I'm saying? And that we don't have no men that come and speak for us no more. And then he, you know, was saying that when they put some of these women up there, they either, you know, too emotional or they outright hostile towards the black man. So then I was asking the room, you know, how does everybody see that? Because that's like an opinion that got a lot of supporters. You know what I mean? There's a movie called Cabal that discusses this. Hold on, let me catch back up. Love says Shahrazad Ali comes to mind. How you see Shahrazad Ali related to this? Hold on for 1 second. So we got Daniel Addison, well, I already said that. True Self said, indeed, they boosted the woman's need for self-sufficiency and emasculated the man. Why? I said, I see a lot of our women got caught up in the feminist movement. Now, as Born said, it depends on who's paying, because a lot of new ones claim Republican, so they be going overboard. Why I said we dealing with the effects of that in the second feminist movement. Daniel Addison says Shahrazad Ali is the truth. Luke K said, I'm not speaking about the women who know their true nature, which is the queen. Just the ones who have an agenda. So, you know, that is, you know, that's something that, you know, I always speak on this in terms of Allah said because she would agree with what the righteous brother said. Shahrazad Ali, I guess he's saying, would agree with what the righteous brother said. Now, as Born said, the crazy part is the only people you really see speaking up for black people are Muslimish. Naidar said it's just the last and greatest trip of the devil to deceive the black man through his woman. Nah, it's not the last. That's part of the nature of how the devil was created. You understand what I'm saying? See, this is something I speak on when we dealing with the wisdom build degree, right? You know, or really the whole Yaqub science. See, in the Yaqub science, right, the father is always in the dark. Because Yaqub is the father of the devil. So that's why it tells the mother what happened to the baby. And then say it tells the father nothing. And see, even from the signs, right, of him stealing his brother's birthright, how did that happen? Him and his mother kept the father in the dark. So that's not really new. That's the lessons that's mentioned, you know, that's rules and regulations and laws that's mentioned in the lessons. Now, as Born said, you separate the black and brown, is separating the man and woman. You see what I'm saying? And I seen this thing. It was, I don't recall what the country was. If the bar was on here, he might know what I'm talking about. But it was something where they went to Africa, right? And they was doing like the World Bank or one of those organizations like that. They was doing loans, right? But they would only give the loans to the women. And the excuse was that if they give the money to men, that they just go out and get drunk with the money. But then when they gave the money to women, that they started these businesses. And the people, they didn't speak English. You know what I'm saying? But you can see in the body language what piece of steel was the magnetic and what piece was not. True Self says similar to The Banker with Sam Jackson. See, I don't watch a lot of movies, so a lot of these movie references, you know what I'm saying, I'm a little behind schedule on. But shit, I'm talking. Yes. All right, you need to move over there. You know what I'm saying? So that's a tactic that, you know, they employing in general. But you know, it's I think, see, one of the reasons why you see more women in that situation is that it's just more women going to college right now. And so, that's who they look. They look into the college ranks for who's going to be their minions. You know what I mean? Who's going to be the people that they use to go out there amongst whatever their community is, right? And help them to keep the people blind to what's really going on. Joseph said the devil will use her as useful land. The devil will use your woman, his woman, any woman. Most definitely. You know what I'm saying? But that's what my opinion on that. You know what I mean? Because it's a lot of people, but I guess like you said though, a lot of the dudes that you see, giving interviews or whatever, yeah, they do have a more feminine demeanor. You know what I'm saying? But I just think the reality is that it's more black women going to college. So, when these opportunities open up, you know what I'm saying, they applying for these jobs or whatever, you know what I'm saying? Smell good, says snowfall. Was it snowing?
Nah.
You know what I'm saying? It's just a lot more of them in the college ranks. So they come out of the college ranks and get recruited, you know what I'm saying? And then also in college, you know what I'm saying? The mindsets that's being taught in there, you know what I'm saying, is where you're gonna find the people that you will be able, that's where you're gonna, somebody who's been exposed to what they teaching in college in terms of, way of life, you know what I'm saying, and mindset, right? You need people that's been exposed to that to, kind of be with this technology, you know what I mean? Because they've been trained that this technology is what's right. Why I said also with a lot of debt, that's what a lot of people don't say when they say they have the most degrees. Yeah, right, exact, man. You know what I'm saying? But they've just been trained, in their general socialization. You know what I'm saying? The way a lot of women are socialized, they socialize in a way that'll help you excel in school. Like I read something one time that said, like women, they do better at school, but men do better on the job. Because the way women are socialized, you know what I'm saying, it works out better in school. You know what I'm saying? But the way men are socialized, it works out better on the job. Night Owl said devils have studied females are more manageable and pliable. Oh, Smell Good says Snowfall is a series that dealt with what you were saying about going to college or the university to find future employees. Oh, I didn't, yeah, see, I gotta start getting up on TV or something. Because listen, I'm out of the loop. Snowfall was about the crack era too? Hmm. Yeah, but so that's something that's something that I think is going on over there. In terms of the college ranks. You know what I'm saying, and the mentality that they teaching over there. These are the people that have been trained. You know, uh, really in the wisdom build degree. Oh, it's on Hulu like the Wu-Tang Saga. I haven't seen the Wu-Tang Saga either. Oh, Snowfall is the unauthorized retelling of Freeway Rick Ross's life. I didn't know that. Musa Deep, what's going on? Yeah, we definitely got the alerts out there today, man. We uh we uh we had like a week and a half or something, man, where my alerts wasn't going out, man. Yeah, man, that's what I'm when you said snowing. I'm saying like, what are you talking about snowfall? I'm culturally inept or something. Saeed, I seen Saeed. Saeed, Saeed was I seen him in the comment section the other day. He's still up to his, but nah, he out for whatever reason, or he might be in the background listening and not saying that. But nah, we haven't seen Saeed. I guess we did a good job getting rid of the trolls. When I was about a month ago, I had some serious trolling going on. Why I said they didn't want to get sued by Rick Ross. Well, they hit Rick. They hit him with no money. Rick Ross might be one of the most used people. There's a funny thing there too, right? Well, listen, as Rick Ross, right? He's not supposed to make money off of his crimes, right? So he did a book or a movie that sees his money, right? But saying, how is everybody else making money? You know what I'm saying? Like everybody out there with my name doing records, everybody, you know what I'm saying? Everybody that say my name on records, you know what I mean? Talk about my story on records. Y'all got movies, documentaries, all this stuff. How's everybody else profiting? It's still the same crimes. So that's one of them funny things right there. Why I said according to him, he wasn't broken off. That's when the director died. They had beef. Rick Ross got a book out, Brilliant Elevation. What's going on? And I ain't know about the Rick Ross book. And True Self said that's legal plagiarism by them using his life story and profiting off it, while there's laws that he can't profit off it. Knowledge a lot. the Risen joint. That was you sent me that one. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to look at it yet. Right now, yeah, I've been on the music side for pretty heavy, so I haven't got a chance to do a lot of stuff. To watch a couple, I got a couple of things I gotta watch. The guy Ruler sent me something I gotta watch too. But see, and look, this is another thing that goes into what I'm saying. Like, you know, if I can affect your culture that much through just sending a few people into your community to speak for you, right? How much of a threat are you really to me?
It's 10 o'clock.
Well, stop lying. Now, peep that shit.
Ah, man. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, you know, I mean, I'm not going to launch no conspiracies against you. You know what I'm saying? Like the kind of conspiracies that, you know, the educational system and how it doesn't work, that's a conspiracy to me. That's a conspiracy that we can prove. Yes, you know what I'm saying? That's a conspiracy with all the evidence laid out. Well, I said, what book would you give firstborns to get them ready for the knowledge? You mean newborns? Many people used to give the message to the black man. I tell people to cop how to hustle and win. I mean, I never really was big on that. You know what I mean? In terms of, you know, giving people, you know, I always was listening, man. You know, study the lessons, get that out the way, and then read every book that exists. You know what I'm saying? You know, but yeah, if they ask me what book they would read, then yeah, you know, Message of the Black Man, How to Eat to Live, Theology of Time, you know, that's just purely in preparation of studying 120. Right, see, Brain Elevation, that's pretty much what I tell people. Brain Elevation, I was told to stay away from the Honorable Elijah Muhammad until I learned my degrees. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, yeah, those books is definitely going to give you some background, you know what I mean, on who wrote 120, you know what I'm saying? In some of those books, he expands a little bit more on some of the stuff that he's saying in 120. So, you know, that's something in preparation, you know what I mean? If anything, I would say deal with more history. Like authors that, you know, they just drop in the history, the factual history, you know what I'm saying, without the name calling, or you know what I mean. You know, there's a certain amount of adversarialness in that you know, pro-black community where it's like, you know, just give me the facts. You know what I'm saying? But you know, because it's the historical events and knowing the history, right, that led everybody up to now. You know what I'm saying? That's what, you know, clarify a lot of things for a lot of people. You know what I mean? So, you know, me, like I said, any authors that deal more with just the history, you know, the Ivan Van Sertima's, you know, Henry Clark, you know what I'm saying? Those type of books. Who wrote How to Hustle and Win? I heard a lot about that book. I never read it myself. Is it anything like Think and Grow Rich? Supreme Understanding is the one who wrote How to Hustle and Win. No wonder I heard so much about it. He said it's a hood book with facts. It's about legal hustles that you could use to come up. What kind of legal hustles? Cause I'm gonna tell you, man, this legal beagle stuff is for the birds, man. Cats play with money. These corporations, like, you know, I used to always wonder, man, why you keep talking about all this business credit. I see what it is, man. Every bank wanna hold your money. Like, dude, I don't need you to hold my stuff, man. I don't need you to prove nothing. Oh, Chancellor Williams is a good author that deals with the history. Setting up vending machines is one of the legal hustles he put. R.P. Reese. I found my educator in knowledge of self. In his anthology book. Yeah, a lot of people wrote in there too. Now that I read. Yeah, I don't like this legal beagle stuff, man. Stuff gotta get deposited, and you gotta wait for this over here, and these people are like, listen, man, why I gotta wait 2 business days? Like, didn't the person already gave you? He said, I know what you're doing. You invested my money overnight, right? With couple, whatever, 100,000 people, right? But now, by the time you got all our money collected together, you got like $1 billion. So you can invest it for one day. If it's $1 billion, you're gonna make a couple million. Nah, son, let me get that couple million. I need to put it in. I need to invest it. What's wrong with you? Why I say it gives a lot of facts of events like the MOVE program. It briefly talks about the nation and other things. The MOVE program. Naeem Akbar. Yeah. Naeem Akbar is another good author. Knowledge Born said, cash is getting ready to be done, even the legal stuff. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think that might be one of the changes, even from the terms of, one of the things they like, well, the money, and, we got the viruses, so we don't want, the exchange, it'll be much more cleaner, what I'm saying? Yeah, I could definitely see that coming. Why I said the people from Philly, the Africa family. Yeah, Brady Elevator, yeah, they sent your shirt out. You got it? Yeah, cause they had me backed up. Yeah, man, that's crazy, man. Is it gonna have to be on some digital transfer? That's all they got me on. That's our internet stuff. Dave said everything's going digital soon. Joseph said, I told y'all fiat is dead. I'm gonna tell you something though, Joseph. I just was looking for something. I don't know. It's an API key. I don't know where you get that key from. But when I get that key, I can start taking Bitcoins. Like my t-shirts and stuff, I'm gonna be selling them in Bitcoins too. But I don't know where you get the API key. Like, do you gotta go to the Bitcoin site or something? Where it was Daniel Addison said, this is why they chip it. Move is the ones they dropped the bomb on in Philly. Not sure if it was Mayor Rizzo. Yeah, if it's the bomb, that's Rizzo. You know, yeah, that's what it was. I was confused. For whatever reason, when you wrote that, right, and it said move, I thought about the people you talking about, but I was like, nah, those people was called push. But that was my error. But yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about. But yeah, I'm gonna start selling my stuff in Bitcoins. The microchips, I don't know about the microchips yet. I think that's still a ways off. See, with these things, right, they had to dumb down the people. Meaning, like, I got an uncle, right, that he worked in the banking sector. And he was telling me that they was trying to institute the ATM since the 70s.
People wouldn't take it.
You know what I'm saying? John Sim said, I see as far as that college thing goes, they call it secondary education like they only give you the first part. Also, we can seek knowledge of any science and keep for ourselves the best part. You know what I'm saying? But, what did I just say? What I was just talking about? Oh yeah, the ATM, they was trying to institute that from the 70s. But what it was, first of all, life didn't move that fast then. So most people was like, yo, why would I need to take out money after 3 o'clock? You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, they had already lived their whole life only getting money at a particular time, and life just didn't move that fast. Like, whatever it is, like, nah, I can do it tomorrow. You know what I'm saying? And the bottom line was, at that time, everybody who was putting their money in the bank they wasn't doing it to invest. They was doing it to save their money. You know what I'm saying? And of course, you getting an interest or whatever. That part of it, you could look at like an investment. But their thing was, look, I'm not gonna pay you to hold my money and loan it out to other people, right? Which was the idea people had, then that's not actually what happens. But I'm not gonna pay you to do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna pay you for this. Like, what are you talking about? They had to get people used to that. See, just like right now, right? Just like right now, you know what I'm saying? Let's say a person go to the ATM, right? And let's say it's not their bank. Because you know when you go to your own bank, it's free. But when you don't go to your own bank, you gotta pay like $4 or $5. Because you gotta pay your bank and then you gotta pay the other bank, right? Now, if you only getting $20, right? And you paying $4 every time you get the $20, they clipping you for 25% of your money. Actually, 20%. Why I said I'm not sold on cryptocurrency. Too easy to get your money taken from overseas. Listen, right now, it's easy to get all your money taken. Once you got it in that computer, it's all digital money now. But you know, the same way it took a while. It took a while. Like they had to raise people. People had to be raised in the gender. Like the person today, you know, you got some kids that they might have seen a couple of dollars when they was real little kids, but they ain't never really see no real money. You know what I'm saying? Like they parents take them to the store, swipe the card. Apex Cypher said, I'm trying to figure this all out with this bid stuff too. I mean, for me, it just seemed like something where, you know, you gotta already be in the system. Like, you know where I'm at right now with dealing with this stuff? It's like, you know how you get a job, right? And let's say whatever's the pay period, but you gotta wait 2 of those pay periods to get your first check. And then once you in the system, you start flowing smoothly. But because you wasn't in the system, nah, you don't got no check this week. Brilliant said, when we see real money, we take pictures with it. Joe Self says, see, with crypto, people have to be responsible for their own money. Money equals currency equals energy. Brilliant Elevation said, worst 2 weeks of your career. Yeah, that's where I'm at right now, man, where it's like, yo, I got these companies, it's like, yo, you know, you gotta be in the system to where it's like, okay, yesterday's money, like I said, now I understand this business credit thing. But it's like, dude, you holding my money so long, now I need to borrow money from you to handle my business until you give me my money. Which to me is backwards, but I guess this ain't the streets. Asiatic Mathematics said, I just seen Sonnet a new video of my recommendations, and he uses the term show and prove in the title. You know, he do what he do, you know. But you know, yeah, me and Sonetta, however they work that out, me and Sonetta is, you know, I always see him in the recommenders for my videos too. I don't know if I'm in the recommenders for his videos. Daniel Addison says, soon they're gonna put a barcode on your neck or wrist, futuristic stuff. They show you this. Now, listen, I knew the dollar was dead when I came home, and everywhere you looked, everybody had all these big stacks of cash. Yeah. See, all that stuff with the barcode on the neck, like, you know, this stuff is still a far way off because they gotta, see, you know, it's like fishing. You know, you gotta catch the fish without spooking them though. You know what I'm saying? How they like, yo, look, you can't make too much noise or the fish is gonna be out. So, you know, all this barcode on the neck, now you're gonna start real, you know, what's your name? Brilliant said they got some app out where you can cash your check with them before you actual payday and then just pay the app back for a certain percentage. Daniel Addison said Cash App Chime. That's what Cash App do? Joseph said crypto is the reason for those apps. But yeah, that's why I said, man, I might as well collect some of these Bitcoins, you know what I'm saying? And at least have, if they decide to switch over the system, I have a couple little names, a couple little coins. But there's lots of things that I think, we ain't going back to. You know what I'm saying? Like we was talking about here in New York, that certain kids ain't never going back to school. Like they're gonna stay on the online thing because, in New York they got a problem with school overcrowding. So if you could get a certain percentage of the kids, right? Now the stocks, I'm still waiting for a bottom. I think right now what's going on is a bounce. This is a bounce. Then we're gonna get a bottom, and then that's just my prediction, unscientific. But so if a certain amount of the kids they could get them to stay home and learn, right? Then they're gonna tell them, look, only thing you gotta show up for is to get your lunch, right? Get your lunch, get your breakfast, right? Pick up your homework packet, right? And do your lab classes and your PE. So you might actually end up going to school like 2 days a week or something, but the vast majority of your work will be online. You see what I'm saying? And then the only kids that will have to show up will be the kids that didn't respond well to the online learning. See, like my daughter that's in college, they only refunded $1,000 of her tuition. So it's the same thing over there, where if we could charge you the same money, but we don't have to pay for the classrooms and the dorms and the electricity and all the stuff like that. Or just like we were saying a while ago, I don't think the firm business handshake, I don't think that's going to be as prevalent as it used to be. True self, so I remember back in the day, they were talking that credit, no need for cash rhetoric when I was in junior high school. Yes, that's what I'm saying. This is something that's what you're saying right there. That's what I said, that people got to be educated to make themselves vulnerable to that. You understand what I'm saying? Why I said, do our schools have regular names or just PS9? Nah, they got names too, but the PS names was first. Public school. Now the boy said the bottom gonna come out when them checks come out, especially if we still in a state of emergency, because people ain't gonna spend if they still ain't working. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, the business handshake, you know what I'm saying? I don't think that's going to be as prevalent no more. You know what I'm saying? Education, I think, is going to be changing forever. You know what I'm saying? That there's things that, you know what I'm saying, if you was around before a certain age, you know what I'm saying? I mean, if you was around before a certain time, you're going to be like, yeah, I remember when we used to do that. You know what I'm saying? But see, even what the brother was saying right there, that they was talking about credit, right? And no need for cash. See, that's something that's different from when I was coming through the education system. See, when I was coming through the education system, cash was king. Like they used to teach us how to count money. There used to be these little papers and you had to cut out the coins. Like it would be pictures of coins, nickels, pennies, dimes, dollars, whatever, and you had to cut them out and you know, you would spend them like whatever. It was like a little workbook type talking about they were teaching us that in kindergarten. You know what I'm saying? Preschool about money. You know, we wasn't learning about no credit. Credit was trouble. Why I said I think the rap Utopia is gonna come into fruition with the unemployment being 100% of your income. Yeah. Brian said, what about free lunch? Yeah. That's gonna I don't know if I said that, but I meant to say that's gonna be one of the things. You go to school, you're gonna be able to go pick up your lunch, pick up your breakfast, you know what I'm saying? Get your homework packets, you know what I'm saying? You'll have to turn those in, mail them in, however you do, you know what I mean? Maybe scan them on the computer. And for your gym class and for your science labs, you know what I'm talking about? Like when you got chemistry and you gotta do the experiments, you have to come in for that. But see, that's something where like, you know, yeah, that's just one day. You know what I'm saying? Whoa. What happened? They didn't take me out though that time. Yeah, I know a lot of times when people call and I get knocked out. So yeah, I mean, we can make a list of that stuff. Nah, ain't gonna be no more JanSport strings. People ain't gonna look. You gotta come inside the social distance. You gotta come inside the social distance to steal somebody's strings. True Self said it's like that movie where time was your currency. Well, I say, yeah, 90% of the people at my job getting laid off next week, including me. Damn, 90%. Woo. And why you a chef, right? Yeah, the restaurant. Look. That's going to be, I think restaurants is going to be forever different. You know, at least for the near future until the memory, you know what I'm saying, leaves the conscious mind. You know, people, you know, crowded cafeterias and stuff, you know what I mean? See, like Joe Self out there in Vegas, the buffet may never be the same no more. Yeah, 90%, that's a lot. You like, whoa. I know y'all really wait. Look, people out there, they wait for their $1,200 check. And Trump, you got to speed up. Well, I said I used to cook in the restaurant, so I'm glad I would have been out of work weeks ago. Yeah, in New York, they struggling. Because in New York, what they were saying is that, son, we not making it off of that. Especially the kind of restaurants that was already high-end restaurants. Like the chicken place, you could survive, you know what I'm saying? Because that's what 90% of the people was doing anyway, was just coming and picking up their stuff and leaving. But in them high-end restaurants where the dining experience and, you know, especially now in the social type of world we live in, where just being seen in that restaurant is a part of going to the restaurant. Yeah, True Self said no one is going to want to be in close proximity. Now the plane is probably going to come back, but I don't perceive those cruise ships. I don't think those cruise ships is going to do good after this. I mean, you know, you don't want to be stranded, you know, off the coast and where.
Yo, God, there's no flights?
know it's way cut down because it's hardly no international travel right now. Why I say, yeah, some of the fine dining places trying to do to go and it wasn't working. Why I say, yeah, Seattle getting hit hard, you know, yes, and you know, it's really just starting to hit New York, you know, because of people like me that didn't take it seriously. You know, I was thinking like, it's not gonna be, I don't gotta go get no stocks or no supplies. But yeah, it's starting to clamp down, man. Why I said downtown is literally a ghost town. You think it's something off I Am Legend. Yeah, I noticed that too, man. I noticed that too, that the downtown areas is really empty. Like the hood areas, you know what I'm saying? Joe Self said he cook in Vegas and you know, he agrees that, yeah, that the whole restaurant signs is gonna be different after this. You know what I mean? The amount of people that restaurants are gonna be having in there, how far to take, you know, even if they still doing dining in. Now, as Allah said, logistics is key. I work 7 days now. Joe said, so even getting 100% of your money, who really trying to stay home all day, every day? Yeah. What was it somebody said that I wanted to add on to? Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. Is that in New York, when you in the hood areas, right? You see a fair amount of people, not a lot of people, but you see money. Why I said DoorDash is gonna spread the virus. DoorDash is gonna spread the virus to everyone. Cooks are nasty. I'm sure the chefs wouldn't talk to you about that. But see what I noticed that in the hood areas, right? Life of loss, I know in Medina, soon people gonna be moving around in hazard suits. Now I said in the fuel too expensive to fly less than 50 people, right? So the airline industry is gonna get hit. But one thing I'm noticing, right, is that see, in the hood, we don't really get that much from the government. You know what I'm saying? Like the everyday experience with the infrastructure of New York City is either the public school or the police. You see what I'm saying? So it's not the same if you take down the infrastructure in the community where, yeah, these people is benefiting off of that. You understand what I'm saying? Then, yeah, they gotta go straight ghost town. Whereas in the hood, ain't nobody really thinking about it because, you know, ain't nobody getting arrested for being outside. So it's, you know, it's not. Josh Simpson, I say invest in things that will have value anyways. Turn an idea into a business that is positioned to grow real property, development IP, intellectual property, one's own education. Joseph said, why it's not the cooks. Most of the time, it's your server or your own dirty hands. Ah, man. Well, I said, I work in the culinary field for 6 years in many kitchens. It is the cooks. Brilliant Elevation said, what do y'all use to buy stocks? I got a couple of programs. I got Robinhood, Stash, and it's another one I got. But I use the apps. But all those different things like that is going to be different. You know, at least for the near future. You know what I'm saying? You're going to, you know, dependent. Acorn, that's the other one I got. Why I say he got Robinhood and Acorn. I use Acorn too. Yeah, Life was the one who said that. Matter of fact, we was talking about that earlier. Life was the one who said that last night. He seen the spraying. Because somebody was saying they tried to look up the stories of the spraying. Brilliant Elevation said, does anyone know about Ally Invest? Now, I don't know about that one in particular. Angela said, I did prep, but I don't know about the cleanliness. I'm going to tell you another thing, too. A lot of people ain't going back to work, too. Like I seen, you know, a lot of people, they got they went and picked up whatever they had to pick up, and now they working from home. Like, basically, if you don't have to be in a place and you got the discipline to, you know, maintain your work ethic, whether you at the job or not, you probably gonna be working from home after this. Like Falah said, they're gonna be spraying again tonight in the east.
I ain't seen no kind of helicopters, no nothing. I've been hearing that for the past week, and I don't see no evidence of none of that.
Yo, you know they can spray way up. The one thing they said they sprayed one time and it rained, so that might have messed up they. You know what I'm saying? I mean, in a way, you know, in terms of it didn't stay in the air as long as they wanted to, but it still dropped down on the ground.
What they admitting that they saying that, yeah, we all sprayed. I haven't seen that. I'm saying I haven't seen.
Well, they gotta come up with a good reason.
Let me see what they talking about. I don't got no evidence of no spraying. That's for most part. I know that's a rumor going around.
So they asking if is that Boyce Watkins? Oh, Boyce Watkins' homeboy is Jay Morrison, and he's collecting people's money. Y'all saying what? He's pooling people's money to make a big pot, and then he's gonna invest?
Nah, tell the brother that's not the case.
What?
Ain't nobody spraying. The night they said they was spraying, when the guard sent me there, I
No,
didn't
Life said that he seen them spraying.
Where he at? In Medina?
Yeah, he in East New York.
I don't know. They ain't admitting to it if they said they.
Brilliant Elevation said you'll find all the news of spraying in China. But see, look, that's something that I started doing announcements to about 5 days ago. That what they do is they come out, they say, look, we're not gonna be shutting the city down. Like, we know it's a trouble. 2 days later, 8 o'clock Sunday. Yo, no, we not closing the schools. If it's one thing that's gonna happen, we cannot close the public schools. Come in, pick up your packet. We gonna be closing schools. So see, if they out there saying we not spraying, then in about 2 days. Oh man. Watch it, that was like a year ago. Jay Morrison had everybody happy that he was the first to start a black business that bought buildings. Yeah, he said, Life said he's seen it right in front of his building. You know, and I mean, it's not out of the what's your name, because, you know, they sprayed New York. They sprayed New York when it was West Nile virus. They had these trucks that was coming through the neighborhoods, and they was spraying this. It was like a white smoke. We're like, yo, and it was, look, it was like some post-apocalyptic type of, you know, because the streets was clear and they just coming through spraying and smoke. I'm talking, look, they spraying it at ground level, not from the sky. It's trucks riding up and down the streets spraying when they had West Nile virus. I seen it myself. I ran from the smoke. That sounds funny, right? I ran from the smoke.
Nah, man.
But listen, I really did. Look, we looked like it was some. I remember the first time. Who was it? Who was fighting? I think it was a Felix Trinidad fight, man. This was back. And we came out, and all of a sudden we looked, and we seen the truck coming down with the white smoke coming. It was saying we took off running. So like, what's in there that smokes? I'm talking about that top speed kind of running. When we got to the place, we like, it was like, what happened, G? What happened? We got, it's like, nah, they spraying somebody.
What's interesting to note, they got some the same like the story you just told. That was what's been going on in Wuhan. They was spraying the deck down with a whole bunch of shit, but they're not really admitting to what they're spraying or whatever have you.
Joe Self said, yeah, I remember the West Nile spray, and he seen them by River Park Towers. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not out the ordinary that they would be spraying.
No, not at all. But I didn't see no evidence of it. The day they said, I was here. I was in the Peak. Matter of fact, I was in the South Peak. There was nothing. There was no helicopters in the whole borough all night.
Right, but see, but you know, there's levels of the game that's not being announced right now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Daniel Addison said they're gonna be bringing a lot more machines in the workforce. I do think that's gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
I do. You know, right now it's the unions. The unions is fighting them off. You know what I'm saying? But you know, once they start passing all these city ordinances that, you know, places, the occupancy level of places is probably going to drop. You know what I'm saying? Like how much people they allow in a place is probably going to drop. Well, I said what they going to do, spray the whole country with Lysol. Hey, look, that's what I think. Yeah, like said, the truck was white and the smoke was white. It was too. It was some milk white smoke. We was like, yo, I gotta get out of here. Like I cannot breathe that, whatever that is. I can't get caught in that cloud, man. Well, I said, yeah, my union had us working for 2 more weeks. If it wasn't for the union, we'd have been going 2 weeks ago. Yeah, the guy is saying, Life is saying they wasn't spraying from the sky, they spraying from the ground. Brilliant Elevation said Russia is reporting their sick people as pneumonia cases, just so it don't look so bad for the upcoming elections. I was born, so I remember back in the day we had a mosquito truck used to come through. Now a lot of people from my generation are dying of cancer. Yeah, I did hear something about that there was some kind of health effects, like a lot of babies was born with respiratory problems after they was doing that West Nile spraying. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So, but you know, there's a lot of things that's being manifested right now that's not, you know, they're doing it very smoothly. You know what I'm saying? Like the way martial law was instituted without announcing it. Like of all the news stories, you know, they could have went deep into, yo, you know, we've had a national state of emergency, right? And then I know New York State, I don't know about the rest of the state, but New York State has declared a state emergency. You understand what I'm saying? You know, we got FEMA is deployed in New York right now, but they not putting it on the news like that. Well, I said we know who's gonna win the Russian election. Putin, Merkel, anyone try to run against him.
Yeah, we can go win this election here.
You know, well look, It's definitely up in the air right now, you know what I'm saying? Because, the simple fact of the matter is the government has lost the people. You know what I'm saying? Like a small amount of people do the voting.
Martial law, they don't have to have elections.
They don't have to.
This is what I'm saying. But he said he was going to do that. He told everybody he was going to do that. Months ago, we talk about the war.
Joseph said military representatives are not allowed to say martial law.
Yeah.
Life said the truck with the smoke come around about 12 o'clock. Now, Allah says, his brother used to stay in Mecca in 99, and he said trucks would come through spraying the streets of Harlem. Yeah. But, see how we saying that stuff with the state of emergency and all that, and how, they come in, they giving out certain information, but they not giving out the full knowledge. So there's lots of things that's happening that, I know me for one, maybe because I don't look at the news or whatever, and I'm out the loop on that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, there's a lot of things that's happening where, I know, all right, you did that. Like after they declared the state of emergency, Trump declared 2 more wartime acts. They got another one called the Stafford Act. These are all different wartime powers that they start using. I think it was Knowledge Born that pointed me to the stories that I was reading, how they dropped a lot of the standards that the FDA have to go according to. Like the FDA got some kind of carte blanche now to do whatever they need to do to handle this. You know what I'm saying? Joseph said, funny thing is all the Democrats playing along knowing there will not be a change in the presidency. Knowledge Born said in Pennsylvania they started at 8 p.m. with the curfew, $1,000 fines. Good luck getting that. But he said Terminator is real. Yeah, it's real now, man. We live in that what's the name, but they got another thing I was reading earlier today where they want to relax the medical, how would you say it? They want to relax the research standards, right? Meaning so that, like, in order for them to develop the vaccine, people gotta get sick. Jocelyn said, my city is 5 to 10 degrees warmer than the surrounding cities in all directions. What you think is the science of that? But I was reading, getting back to what I was just saying, I was reading earlier that they relaxing the research standards because, like I said, in order for them to develop the vaccine, people got to get sick. So some people have to get injected. They have to be what's the word? They have to be infected on purpose so that they can test the vaccines out on them. And usually they make them wait. Why I said they gonna pump syphilis in us all over again. You know what I'm saying? Usually they have to wait a period of time until they're relatively sure that the vaccine is gonna work. Because if you get somebody sick with this and then your vaccine is like totally off, you know what I'm saying? But now they relaxing those standards. You know what I'm saying? And what I'm saying is that those things, most of them can only be done in once we suspend the Bill of Rights and the rights of the people. Knowledge of Law said in Cream City, the curfew is at 5 o'clock. $1,000 fine. I'm saying, how they gonna collect that money and all these people just got out of work?
It put people in debt, make them uncomfortable, and some people get snatched up. What happened to so
That's what it is. I'm
see
saying,
this nigga.
is that it? Look, if you get $1,000 fine, right? Then look, we gonna send Daniel Addison after you. You wanna get rid of the fine? Get this barcode on your neck.
That's where the new money gonna be at. But
Listen.
really, it's gonna be in their phones, though. It's already on our phones, but eventually, yeah.
Yeah, I got money on my phone. I ain't gonna front. They almost broke me down. I'm about to start using the Apple Pay. It looks fly. I like it. I like it. It's really fly. They both like, ooh. Let me tell you how far out the loop I was. I didn't know that the certain cards, right? You ain't even gotta swipe it. You could just tap the terminal and then spend the money. That's crazy. Yeah, that's the Wi-Fi again right there. I don't know what it is about that Wi-Fi. Why it keeps cutting up. I saw your comment, but it went past mad fast. Like what you said, they're using hydroxy what? Yeah, I just hooked it.
The fuck is this? Oh, Spain.
What you were saying, like they using hydroxy something? I ain't taking no vaccine no way, so they do whatever they want to do.
Yo, some people. It's crazy.
What happened? You see me on Facebook?
I got off the whatchamacallit.
Oh.
I threw it up in the group.
Oh, I already bet.
So I imagine one of us, whatever, but
That's what you gotta do anyway. See, I'm out to what's the name? I'm about to get on this microphone. I'm about to get on this microphone thing. I'm actually like a day behind right now. But I got some fire, yo, that I'm ready to drop. Yeah, Joe. So I always thought the premise of vaccines was a little bit crazy, man. Like you want to stop me from getting a disease by injecting me with that disease. Maybe maybe we should consider this. He said a home music business is a good way to start a home business with 1,200. Y'all ain't gonna front though. I gotta press up the vinyl for what's the name of the project? Antediluvian King. And that $1,200 would be right, bing bong. But see, I ain't on paper nowhere, so they ain't giving me no money. Brilliant Elevation says something about totalitarian regimes already have a head start on the Big Brother stuff. There's somebody that was on a plane, they got off a plane with somebody from Italy, tested positive, was fine after cameras equipped with face recognition technology caught him violating his mandatory quarantine by taking out the garbage. And this story was in the New Yorker. Man. But I mean, we got all that stuff. It's just a matter of, you know, as the government kind of really, can the government say that in court? Because a lot of things, they say they ain't using, what they really mean is we don't never come to court and tell you that we use that. Yeah, Daniel Addison said, matter of fact, the Holland Tunnel got face recognition, just like mailboxes with the blinking green light. Get out of here. What mailboxes? Where are these mailboxes? Yeah, that's crazy, man. You know what else? In fact, I think all the bridges and tunnels in New York now, because they all deal with what's your name? There's no money. You can't pay cash money. Why I said facial recognition nowadays is nothing but Instagram and filters. Yeah, that's what you can't pay with money coming through none of the tunnels and bridges in New York right now. You know what I'm saying? That to me was the first step that I seen, that was the first thing that I seen that I was like, yo, money is not what it used to be. You know what I'm saying? When I started noticing that, yo, look, you come up to the toll booth, right? And it's cheaper if you got Easy Pass than it is if you pay cash. And not only that, but there's like 8 or 9 lanes for Easy Pass and only 2 lanes that's jam-packed with cars for people that's paying cash money. When you start going to stores and they start saying if you pay with a credit card, you get it for less. Oh, how you gonna give it to me for less? And I'm gonna owe you on this than if I had the whole cash right now. To me, those were the first signs, and a lot of that's been around since the 90s. You know, now we've just reached a tipping point where they have a kind of like, well, you know, we got a good reason to do it now. Like we had the technology before, but you know, this world that we living in now with these viruses and stuff, man. That's how we gotta do it now. Wait, Cuomo said the quarantine maybe wasn't such a good idea. Hey, Addison said that's how they gonna implement that chip. You dead set on that chip, huh?
Nah. Not those who fucking with.
Why is constitutional rights is suspended? Once the state of emergency is called, constitutional rights are at the discretion of the leader. But Brain Elevation said the carbon copy with the chips. What that means? But what else was in that story? The story where you was talking about Cuomo said that the quarantine maybe wasn't such a good idea. Like what else he was saying in that story? Because not for nothing, you know, the 666 subscriber. Now I'm way beyond that. Now way out, man. You know, female viewership, everything. I'm way up. I was born said, if this stuff don't clear up soon, I can see people reporting their neighbors talking about, I heard a suspicious cough. Yeah, no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I said I wrote a book about being Chip and the original man fighting back. Blayling Snotty. Blast from the past. Yeah, alert's definitely going out. What was I getting ready to say right before Blayling Snotty? Yeah, now, that's something that I was thinking about. We don't really have too many people in the medical field. 793rd, his mom's is a nurse. So he got some knowledge of some things. But how many people thought about this? That telling people to stay in their house, right? And lock in, isn't that the same advice they gave out in the plague? Like, to me, I was like, yo, I mean, they ain't telling you to board up your house and everything like they did in the plague, but that kind of, look, everybody, like, this is going to stop it from spreading, and I'm saying it didn't work then. So it makes me wonder, was that a good idea? But I wonder what else was in that story, why he was saying that the quarantine wasn't such a good idea. Somebody he know must have lost some money. See. But see, like I said, that's something that I've seen in general in our society, right? Where, even like evacuation orders used to be like voluntary, but a couple of times, not in New York, but I've seen it a couple of times other places where they was like, yo, now we making this mandatory. Like, police gonna be coming to your house and making sure you ain't here when this hurricane hit. Blayling Snotty says same instructions during the plague. They say it spread through the rats when everyone was inside their houses because the rats infested the area. That's what I'm saying. So now, if you got, you got the house, right? Now you got everybody home. People that done came from all different walks, you work down on Wall Street in the Chinese bank. You know what I'm saying? Now they got everybody in the house. You understand what I'm saying? Why I said supposedly those that are infected should not use the same water sources as everyone else because it contaminates it. You just hit on something right there, Wise. This is dealing with even the vaccination science and what is the true effect that vaccination has had on health. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a school of thought that said the vaccinations didn't really stop diseases. That what really stopped it was cleanliness. That in the early 1900s, you had people didn't have water in their house, and it was these public water supplies. You know what I'm saying? At least in the cities. But the public water supply was for everything. So people was bringing their animals and everything to drink and bathe in that water. You know what I'm saying? And that is how the diseases was getting transmitted. And that once, you know, you had indoor plumbing, everybody was, you know what I'm saying, cleanliness standards went up, that in reality is what lowered the occurrence of all those diseases that people get immunized for. So when Wise hits that right there, that's like an old thing for the 1900s. You know, even to this day right now, if you not drinking or swimming in water that animals bathed in, a lot of them diseases is negligible. I'm saying that's in the immunization schedule. I was born to say, you know, we at war when you see the flag with the gold fringes.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that's crazy. But have any of y'all heard that science? And see, I'm gonna tell you another parallel with the early vaccine science, right? Another parallel with the early vaccine science and what's going on today is that one thing that sped it up, right, was that FDR had polio. So the same way you see right now, the famous people, you know what I mean, Prince Charles, you know, Trump's daughter, Idris Elba, you understand what I'm saying? It elevated like the knowledge of it, you know what I mean? Like if the president, like, yo, we've got to do something about this. You know what I'm saying? Why it says crazy how fast everything moved. Just 2 weeks ago, they were joking about it. Just 2 weeks ago. See. You hear K-Rock?
I sent them whatchamacallit though.
Yeah. See K-Rock.
Y'all know what to do.
But that's wild. But yo, this is another good one. You know what I'm saying? We got all the people back in. You know what I mean? We did some building on the wisdom equality degree. You know what I'm saying? And how and what year was that? And what occurred in that year has an impact on nowadays for each individual. You know what I'm saying? We got a little rundown on what's going on True Self said, when was the last time I was vaccinated for anything? 1991. But I don't know if I got everything. I got whatever was the minimum I could get and go to school. I was born, so he didn't have his since the kindergarten. Yeah, that's what happened. See, now I was born when I went to college. I couldn't find my immunization card. So I end up having to take some joints. I end up having to, yeah, college is one thing that got me involved with a lot of things I didn't want to do. Being in the selective service and all that type of stuff. But peace to the guys, peace to the earths out there, you know what I'm saying? All the new people, all the old timers that checked in, you know what I'm saying? And I'll definitely be checking y'all tomorrow. Peace.